to fully roll out Gate. You know, those are things that you have to look at as well, and you have to figure out, hold on, this sounds good, this sounds ideal. Could we afford it? But let's speak about the options that are available, and let's speak about the swing voter. The swing vote is non-existent, Chris. At this point, I will make an argument that the swing voter does not exist simply because of the options that are available to us. You referenced it in the local government elections, although one might say it's very difficult to use local government elections voter turnout as a litmus test because not everyone really takes local government elections seriously. That being said, because of that constant decline in the state of affairs and the quality of politics and politicians, let's be honest, Chris, people are simply not going to come out to vote because their position is, what is the point? Why am I going to vote? It's not going to benefit me at the end of the day because we have the same old, same old. If you've had MPs sitting in opposition for the last 9 years, they've won you those seats which could be considered safe seats, but you've made no progress elsewhere, and you're putting forward the same candidates. Let's be honest, Chris. Does it make any sense at all?
Yeah, and I agree with you. And so the screening committee of both major parties, they have a critical role to play. The People's National Movement must be able to convince the population that we are on a road to development and sustainability in this country. And I assume that they will lean to the Dragon Gas project. They will lean a lot on some of the things that would have happened on the Ministry of Youth Development, because there has been a number of initiatives for young persons in this country under that Ministry of Youth Development and National Services. So I know they're going to lean a lot into that. Local government reform, I know they may come back and there may be a discussion surrounding that, and possibly some things on constitutional reform. The UNC has a bit of a different approach. They must be able to convince the country that they have learned from their 2010 to 2015 mistakes. And given what we're seeing right now, one of the issues that the 2010 to 2015 government faced was the leadership crisis and the ability to not only keep our government together, but keep your cabinet together, sometimes even keep your MPs together. And so that issue of leadership has always been one of the issues surrounding that 2010 to 15. And possibly that is what would have demotivated and maybe not inspire voters to come out in 2015 and cast a vote. Possibly even allowing some voters who came out to vote for the Rowley-led PNM. And so this version of the UNC must demonstrate that they have learned and they are a better version of the UNC from 2010 to 2015. I mean, given the last internal election in the UNC, they have a lot of uniting to do. And so the leadership right now and the political leader has to work as a unifier if she's interested in winning the next election.
Just use the word, Chris, I'm sorry to interject, you just use the word demonstrate. Keywords are all that you put forward. Are you of the opinion that the opposition leader has demonstrated the qualities of great leadership in her approach to dealing with a party that clearly is broken and falling apart?
Well, the DNA, I believe this is the, I always listen to Senator Jolene John. She always says the DNA of the organization takes on the DNA of the leadership or the leader. And no political party is perfect. We have seen divisions and transitions in the People's National Movement alongside the UNC, alongside several other, even you saw it in Tobago. And so that occurs within our Westminster system. If we were even to look at the Labour Party in Barbados, that occurs. But it is what can be done now moving forward. All said and done that happened in the past, even though there was an internal election, even though the political leader's position was not on the ticket in the UNC, and Mrs. Fasabi-Sester opted to endorse a team and put forward a team, now you still have 5 MPs that are on your bench. How are you going to work with them? Are you going to outcast them? Are you going to outcast them? Or are you going to find a way forward? Because at the end of the day, it's not about ego. It's not about selfishness. It's about Trinidad and Tobago. And then you have Mr. Griffith on the sidelines. Every week you're hearing Mr. Griffith saying that he is interested in facts, unity talks with the United National Congress. You also have that group in Tobago. That's a group as well. And that group is opposed to the People's National Movement. So who is going to be the political unifier? And let's not forget the Patriotic Front in this. The Patriotic Front has been growing very, very, very quickly. Actually, I'm very surprised by how quickly the growth is. And persons are interested in Michaela Pandey, and persons are interested in what she has to say and what her plans and policies are going to be. So far, she has listed out a few ideals and principles on what she stands on. I know it's a bit introductory, or I would say a reintroduction, because she would have been an MP before. And so the opposition and the main political party would be the UNC. They have a role to play in this if they are interested in winning the election. Can the UNC do it alone? I don't think so.
So I definitely want to get into the conversation of the other options that are available to Transvaal. But before we do, if we focus on the leadership of the People's National Movement, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley obviously was democratically elected in 2015 and in 2020. So there is no doubt or denying he is leading Trinidad and Tobago. However, has he proven to be more of a leader for a political party or political institution rather than a leader to a nation in its entirety, given the crisis that we are facing? Has he put himself forward as that strong leader who's very much open to all options and very much recognizing of the issues that need addressing? Has he placed himself in a position where one can say he definitely is someone who can continue to lead and quite possibly anchor Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, you know, persons may criticize Dr. Rowley's governing style and some of the initiatives that he would have taken within his tenure. Well, in the past, let's say approximately 10 years. However, I would never undermine a Rowley-led PNM, because we would have seen in 2015 that Dr. Rowley quickly became the opposition leader, and I believe it was a 12-seat bench. And then by-election after by-election from St. Joseph, at that time, member D.L. Singh, now Minister of Health, would have gotten in. Then they went on to win the local government election, and they would have captured a number of corporations. And he rebuilt the People's National Movement. And what we saw in 2020 was he brought back persons from the Manning administration. I believe Donna Cox would have been back, Dr. Brown, Amory Brown, Mrs. Penelope Beckles. And we see them not only working together, but a part of the People's National Movement in a real way, in a tangible way. And so he has demonstrated to me political maturity within the People's National Movement as the political leader of the PNM. In the UNC, it comes across very petty. It comes across, I mean, and I'm speaking directly at what would have happened in the last session in Parliament by shifting the seats around. I found that to be very petty. And what was so interesting about that is that you can be on a Monday night forum being very constructive with your plans, but just a few hours ago you were shifting around your own MPs who engaged in a democratic election where their opinion matters just as much as yours, and their right to go forward in the election matters just as much as yours. But you have some authority, and so you have used it. And so political maturity is what we're looking for, at least in the opposition.
Chris, I think from that shifting, what was very interesting to me is seeing Rudal Munilal sit next to the opposition leader in Parliament. I think that is something that speaks volumes if people have been following the internal party politics. that has become quite public. But apart from that, the opposition leader has referred to. So we're getting now to those other options. The opposition leader has spoken to Gary Griffith, wanting to surround himself with people who are yes men, and the opposition leader has clearly demonstrated herself as being that individual through her actions, by referring to the those 5 MPs as dissidents. So it's interesting, her words versus her actions, but focusing on the other options now. Gary Griffith, as you said, has been quite vocal. Every day you hear something from Gary Griffith in respect to his plans or his intentions or his position. As soon as the UNC announced that these are the seats that we are focusing on and we're going to go after, Gary Griffith announced the same thing on the part of the NTA. So he's met the UNC head to head. He's interested in an alliance, but has Gary Griffith positioned himself as being any different to the current style of leadership that Trinidad and Tobago has experienced from both Dr. Keith Rowley and Mrs. Kamala Bissau-Bissessor?
You know, it's interesting in our politics. Sometimes where we're very interested in the personality of people, and that's one of the things that I hope to see a bit different in how we not only vote but how we speak, and our discourses surrounding politics. Mr. Griffith's personality is a very, very interesting one, and he does not hold back. Let's put it that way. And you see this with a number of politicians. I mean, Dr. Rowley, when he was opposition leader, Mrs. Bissau-Bissessor as opposition leader. You see it with Senator Roberts. You see it with, like, Watson Duke, Assemblyman Duke. And so our politicians, I guess in Trinidad and Tobago, they have very colorful personalities. But I think Mr. Griffith has some good ideas, though. I think he when he speaks on crime, I think he has some good ideas. And when he was Commissioner of Police, the numbers seem to perform better. The numbers seem to perform better. And one would say, and many persons would say this actually, that when Mr. Griffith was Commissioner of Police, serious crime and some persons who were interested in doing crime, they maybe have, they had to think twice. They had to think twice because the Commissioner of Police at that time.
Chris, let me interject here for a moment. I hear what you're saying in respect to personality, but there are individuals who you've just called there who understand that it's hard to move away from speaking about personality. When you take a look at Watson Duke, he's the founder, owner of the and political leader of the PDP.
With no constitution.
Well, with no constitution. Take a look at Gary Griffith. Gary Griffith is quite popular and still has a lot riding from him from being the former Commissioner of Police. He's the political leader of the NTA. Same thing with Philip Edward Alexander, who, by the way, has not been a part of any major conversation.
I think he has endorsed the opposition leader.
He has endorsed the opposition UNC, but that's just about it. There's nothing more constructive coming from him, and he is the leader of the PDP. So bearing in mind what you're saying about moving from personalities, you can't help but speak about personalities there, because those are the individuals who are the face of the party. And quite frankly, those are the individuals whom that's all people know of these political parties. That's all they know when it comes to these political parties. So, again, you said Gary Griffith has good plans. I'm waiting to hear from the
good
NTA.
Ideas. I said he has good ideas.
Okay, good ideas. Thank you for correcting me. I'm still waiting to hear from the NTA. And he said that they are going to put forward a plan very soon. So I look forward to hearing from that. However, Chris, Gary Griffith tends to focus on national security more than anything else. If that is the case, could you really say that he has good ideas? It's only on national security. I'm still waiting to learn more.
Well, I would agree with you. I think he needs to put forward a more diverse plan, but I get the sense from Mr. Griffith that I don't think he's interested in the NTA going it alone, because he has been very adamant on wanting unity within the UNC and with the current United National Congress leadership. And so I get we must assume that his role is really crime and national security in this. And I think that the UNC, even in their attempt to shadow, and whilst they, you know, I think Rodney Charles would have been almost thrown out the bench. And so their shadow for national security, I don't know who's the shadow for national security right now. Because I know Rodney Charles would have been the shadow for national security.
I don't really know who the shadow ministers are much anymore. I know Anita Haynes is still shadow minister of education. But I know that they also have about 2 or 3 different MPs who are shadow ministers for health. So it's very difficult to understand exactly who is who. Moving forward with that is because Mr. Griffith has made the argument he sees it only working if there is some sort of alliance in order to be the people's national movement. He's been quite open and straightforward in that sense. That is where other political parties such as Hope and this Congress of the People come into play. The Congress of the People, to me, unfortunately, it's a dead institution. I've even had interviewed the interim political leader, complete and utter waste of time. With respect to Hope, Hope has individuals such as Karen Eunice, Cheryl Louis Leasing, Timothy Hamill-Smith, Steve Alvarez, but that's just about it. Hope has not jumped from that initial drive and ignition that they had. So then when you speak about options that are available, clearly it's dwindled. Now, let's bring in Michaela Pandey to this conversation. Michaela Pandey was riding quite high on her father's legacy. And there's no doubt that Michaela Pandey, through the Pandey name, is quite popular. But you said the Patriotic Front is gathering a lot of popularity. Is the Patriotic Front themselves pushing? Is the Patriotic Front really maturing as a political institution that existed before the last general election?
So, as I said with Miss Pandey, I think it's a reintroduction because the last time we would have really, I guess the media engaged us and we digested what she had to say would have been around 2007 to 2010. And that would have been when she was the Member of Parliament for Oropouche West. And I know some persons may have forgotten because that's a long time ago. And so for her, one of the challenges that she had was relevance. Who is Michaela Pandey? And she had to tell us who she was today, because she has grown. And she had to tell us why is it, because, you know, you speak to anyone and they would tell you, you know, you go to the grocery, you speak to persons at your job, even on the phone, you may, a number of us are in group chats, political group chats, about fixing Trinidad and Tobago, community group chats. And people are saying, well, why doesn't Michaela Pandey take, you know, leadership of the UNC? And so she had to make it very clear what the UNC once was, what it is today, and why she has opted to form a new political vehicle. And so there are several, I think she had to go on this campaign in reintroducing herself and telling us why Patriotic Front. And I think she has done that so far. A couple days ago, she would have put out a video requesting candidates for nominations for screening. And so I'm giving her some more time. Hopefully in the coming months, we're going to see more faces, more persons, you know, affiliated with the party. But right now, you're right. All we know is her. But the same thing can be said about the United National Congress, you know. The same thing can be said. The same thing can be said is that the party is the leader and the leader is the party. And the leader tell you to vote for this team, you vote for this team. You know, that is what we're digesting in this country right now. And so the swing voter, that middle voter that you say is non-existent because we're just uninterested sometimes in the political landscape. Should these parties be interested in truly winning, then they have to speak to them. You speak about Hope. Hope may not have as yet realized members, but I'm certain when those persons get on a platform to speak, that the swing voter and the middle voter is going to turn on and listen to them. I know that. They're going to listen to them. And so the Congress of the People in, was it 2007, they could not win on their own. But Kamala in 2010 knew that the Congress of the People brought something to the People's Partnership. And that was the swing and the middle voter. The voter that was standing and saying, I can't vote for UNC and I can't vote for PNN. She knew that that is what the COP brought. And I think that these other third parties, some of them may be able to speak to that swing middle voter.
Chris, I would tell you that the Congress of the People in 2007 versus the Congress of the People.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I'm speaking about hope and some of these other things.
I recognize and understand what you're speaking of. And I think what has become the face of hope, really, who has become the face of hope, my apologies, is Karen Eunice Sheriff. She seems to really have taken on that role. And media houses, for example, tend to resonate more towards her for her opinions and thoughts more than anything else. And that's one. You know, Chris, I'll tell you what, at this point, we have to, you know, I think we have to end the conversation. I'd say we'd have to pause on it for now. But pessimism is something that is going to exist for quite some time. And that level of scrutiny is going to be quite deep for time to come, simply because at this point, I don't necessarily agree that people are listening and people are keeping their ears open. I think people are still waiting for some sort, well, Michaela Pandey said it, change, not exchange. Has she proven that the Patriotic Front is heading in that direction? Has Hope and the NTA proven that that is the direction that they're heading in? I don't know as yet. I really, really don't know as yet. But that is the problem. Time is not on a political party side. Time, 12 months before an election, at least that's when it's due. It could be called anytime soon. Time is not on any of these political party side. Chris, your closing thoughts or comments?
This is why we need fixed dates for elections. This is why we,
I just knew he was going to come with
that. But okay, so I missed this, and I just want to say this in wrapping up, that the PNM is organizing it. They have gotten together, I believe, all of their constituency executives. I think last Sunday, the Women's Congress would have met. And so the PNM, under acting Prime Minister Stuart Young, and so the PNM is demonstrating that they are willing to make subtle changes or major changes to accommodate certain voters in this country. And you would have seen it with some of the appointments of Richie Sukai, even Yokima being a senator, bringing in that young vote, that young POV, Renuka Sagram saying Suklal. And so you would have seen certain changes within the People's National Movement to accommodate certain voters. Within the UNC, I do believe that the UNC has to work itself as an unifier. And should the UNC be able to unite its party, should Kamala be able to unite her party, the party, and bring on some of the other political parties to the discourse and put forward that political product, I think we're going to have a very interesting election. But it's going to take political maturity, and it comes down to us as citizens. And we have to pressure our politicians to the type of political product that we wish to see. And we are in control here, not them. And so we actually determine what we get. And the saying is, the people gets a country that they deserve, right? And I think we need
government,
government. Well, I say a country, because I'm not only limiting it to the government, I'm also speaking about the opposition. And I think we need to know that we are actually the HR of this country.
Well, the opposition forms part of government, but Chris, I will tell you that I hope people understand the responsibility of which you just mentioned. I hope they understand and recognize the power of their role that they play as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Don't think they have accepted it as yet, but Chris, we'll see you again very soon. Thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, thank you for having me. Good morning.
Well, all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that question one more time. Do you get the impression that any political organization or institution that exists genuinely wants to win the next general election? Because the People's National Movement really is in a position where they can strike while these parties are still weak or building. The Patriotic Front, I will go with Chris. I will go with his advice and say, all right, okay, I'll wait. I'll wait to see what happens next. Give them some time. But do they have the time? Bearing in mind that Michaela Pandey's this party was launched before the last general election. In respect to the National Transformation Alliance, we're still awaiting their plan. Do they have time? These are things that you really wonder. Well, Philip Edward Alexander and the PP, there's a lot going on in that political party. I don't even know if PP members are happy with Philip Edward Alexander, but I suppose that's a different conversation. And in respect to hope, is there hope for hope? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break here on AM Prime. We'll return shortly.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Transform your home with PCU Plus. From stylish furniture to the latest appliances, we have everything you need to create your perfect space. At PCU Plus, we offer fair prices and affordable financing options that are cheaper than hire purchase agreements. With convenient locations in San Fernando, Tobago, Arima, and our lifestyle showroom in Barataria, you're never far from the best deals. Visit PCU Plus today and discover why we're the top choice for quality furniture and appliances. PCU Plus. Quality you trust. Prices you'll love. Visit one of our locations or find us online to start transforming your home today.
Welcome back to AM Prime, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us as we continue the conversations. I've had the privilege, I've had the opportunity to interview many a times on this program creatives who are putting forward their production for all of Trinidad to enjoy. But it also speaks to the industry and how the industry is once more building itself back up and how it is evolving. This play, I took a keen interest in this particular production because it focuses more so on Indian art and culture. I say I take a keen interest because I don't often have the opportunity to interview these types of productions. It's not often that I actually see these productions going forward. I've always interviewed comedies, I've always interviewed musicals, but now one that focuses on the Indian culture, for example. It's something that's new to me. I look forward to seeing what it is about. Pardesia, and I hope I've pronounced that correctly. I really hope I have. Is a Sita Prasad production, and Ms. Sita Prasad joins us this morning on AM Prime. Good morning, Ms. Prasad, and thanks for being with us this morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning to you. I'm fine.
Well, as I said, it really piqued my interest because this is something that I'm very unfamiliar with. It's not very often you have these types of productions being put forward, at least to my knowledge. So let me start by asking, why is that you've chosen to put this forward? What is it that you're bringing to the theatre aspect of the theatre industry of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, you know, Indo theatre has been here in the country for a very long time with Ramleela and so on. So people have been enjoying the religious part of Indo theatre, but contemporary stories were not really popular. They just people who have delved in doing comedy roles, and I've seen other producers who would have taken the time to do drama productions that are, like you say, comic, and but family type story that is heavily based in Indian culture, and that Indo flavor is very rare. And first I did this for the Prime Minister's West Village, and scored high at that competition. After which I decided to take it around the country.
So if you can give us a synopsis now of this particular production, because it's Pardesia, Ravi's Return, and again, if I'm mispronouncing that, please forgive me.
No, you're doing it very well. Pardesia. So it is a family-oriented production. The family can join in, and it is set in today's world. The audience is greeted with a village setting when the curtains open. You see the street signs, you see the road shown, and we see two houses, and there we see the family, the village come alive with song, music, dance, and we have a bit of comedy. We of course the drama and the suspense, So we have all in all a complete show, a complete theatre production that can it's very engaging for an audience, family-oriented play for an audience of today. A good evening at the theatre for this kind of production.
How have you incorporated those elements of comedy and suspense? How have you been able to fuse both those elements in this one production?
Well, the thing is, when you have an audience seated there for an hour or two, you have to bring that comic relief. And of course, the characters in the production, one would be given the task of carrying the comedy throughout the play. And the others who carry this strong storyline, the chief characters, they would bring the drama and the suspense to the story.
So who are these chief characters that you speak of?
Right. I have Priyanka Maharaj. She's a graduate of convent. Actually, she's also a new anchor on a sister television station, and she's a very good actress. Scored high at in her school in theatre arts, and of course, recently we did this production at the Mahatma Gandhi Institute, and of course she got high praise in social media for her work as a chief actress in this play. We have Amir Mohammed, then we have Damian Ramjatan, Lacey Rajkumar, and these are actors who have been performing in the country in small shows. For the first time, you'll see them on a bigger play, in a bigger scale, on a bigger stage, I would say,
And why is it that you're saying that this is a play for everyone? Why should everybody come out and watch this and support this?
Well, it's an unfolding story of a mother's love for her son, and no woman is good enough for him. This story, it shows the attachment of a mother to her son, and even the best person approach her son, and and that was not good enough for her. The story is like it's our based story, Trinidadian based story, a story one that you can relate to. So therefore, from the moment the play starts, you are carried away by the story of this mother trying to protect her son from any person out there who would want a close relationship with him.
You see, it's something that from the time that you said it starts with the family setting and the village lifestyle, and now you're speaking about that relationship between mother and son. It also is very important for Trinidad and Tobago now, given currently when we speak about who we are as a nation and the current state of affairs that we find ourselves in, that village life and that family relationship is quite important. It focuses on themes that people can see is emerging from Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely, very much so. And we always give a message in our production, and therefore, you come, you take in the story. At the end of it all, you have something to think about as you go home. And I think theater arts is a very powerful medium in which to reach people, and deliver a message. When you don't expect it, you get a message in this production. So I think more theater groups should come forward and produce plays such as these contemporary stories of today, and deal with topics that affect society in Trinidad.
No, the thing is, it's a bit off topic, but very much in line with the play itself. And I have no idea what is Pardesia. What is that word? What does it mean?
Pardesia is a Hindi word for foreigner.
Oh, okay.
And yes, the East Indians have been here for 180 years or so, and so Hindi is kind of common in the village, where these Hindi words will be throwing around all the time. So a foreigner is because the chief character, who is Ravi, he lives abroad and he's returning to his village, and so the villagers regard him as a foreigner since he's been away for so long. So so they respected him as they called him Pardesia.
Okay. I learned something this morning. You speak in respect to theatre arts as though this is really a passion of yours. This is suggest that we're going to see more work from you in the future. Have you already started thinking about what's next from Sita Prasad?
Yes, definitely. So, I've been around for a very long time. I've been producing for a very long time on the national stage and going around the country at the Prime Minister's message as well. And of course, I want to get into television production where these plays are concerned. And I have written a lot of work, a lot of plays, a lot of productions. And of course, I want to see, it go as far as it could go, where in theater arts, in the media, when the media is concerned, and for recording and putting my work out there for future generation.
Do you find it challenging or difficult at times, or is it that your passion makes you push through with ease?
It's funny you ask that, but I think it's really the passion, because in Trinidad it is an uphill struggle to get sponsorship for any kind of shows, especially theater arts, where the sponsors say again, what are you producing? So the fact remains that when we involve the youths of the village and the youths of the nation in this production, I think that might be one thing that's going for us where sponsorship is concerned. So yeah, it's an uphill struggle, and yes, I have the passion for it.
But do you see more people wanting to get involved? I mean, you just spoke about the youths. Is it that you actually see people really excited and wanting to get involved, and even thinking, hold on, I think I want to be an actor and actress. I really want to get involved in drama and productions.
In social media now, you see a lot of people making videos and trying their hands at these dances and so on, right? It's become so popular now, and it's for sure, there are a lot of people out there who would want to try this and who would want to be, in front of the cameras or on stage before an audience. That is for sure.
Well, I'm a bit different. I try to be a comedian.
You're doing a good job.
Well, Ms. Prasad, when is this production being hosted? Where is it being hosted?
It is being hosted at the Passage to Asia in Chaguanas, a very popular venue. We are at the Chandelier Hall. It's a beautiful setting there in Chaguanas, and it's just opposite the Presentation College. It's very easy to locate in central Trinidad. And it's on the 28th of this month, September, at 6:30 p.m.
Ooh, oh, that's a 2-for-1. Good food and a good production. Where can people get tickets?
So tickets available at Princings in Chaguanas and Curep. And also we have tickets at Passage to Asia, the restaurant itself. And we also have tickets at Modern Electricals nationwide.
In fact, in respect to the cost of tickets, what are the cost of tickets?
Well, it's just $200.
Oh, wow. That's great. That's excellent. That's incredible. If people wanted to get more information, though, is there someone whom they can call? Is there a social media page that they can follow?
Yes, sure. We are on social media for sure. And you can call 706-1002.
706-1002.
Yeah, for further information.
Excellent. Well, Ms. Prasad, thank you very much for joining me on the program this morning. As I said, this really piqued my interest. I've interviewed many of people and many a production previously, but just seeing Paradisia, I was like, what is this? And the mere fact that it's a production that focuses on Indian culture, it's not something that I have seen often. And so I'm actually pleased that we are now, going forward and expanding into all these areas. And, for your contribution to the theatre industry, now that it's really, really building back up, well, we thank you very much for that. Congratulations and all the very best to you and to the entire team.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you there.
Soon, definitely. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is wonderful, isn't it? An AM Prime, boy, I must be one of the luckiest hosts in the world because I have met talent throughout Trinidad and Tobago. I've met young people putting forward musicals. I remember that for Emancipation earlier, I interviewed individuals, young people who were putting forward a production that incorporated music, drama, and dance. It focused solely on that. We said, we're not focusing on a skit this time. We're just putting forward music, drama, and dance. You're going to see it. It was incredible, the production that they put forward. And so this is the very first time that I'm actually hearing of a production that focuses on Indian culture. And I'm speaking about purely a theatre, and that in itself is great. So I'm glad that we are, Trinidad and Tobago is so diverse. We are so diverse. We're so blessed. I hope we see it. I hope we realize it and recognize it. And I hope that we promote it, with all that we have to offer. It's just so beautiful, isn't it? Let's take a break on the program, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man
is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. I mean, and Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot have a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man who's being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Nah, you don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Welcome back to AM Prime, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for being with us this morning. My next guest is the chairman of the Project 600 Committee, Mr. Issa Mohammed. Good morning, sir, and welcome back, actually, to AM Prime.
Good morning to you and all your viewers locally and internationally. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, thanks for joining us indeed, sir. How are you doing? How are you keeping?
Trying to keep busy, of course. We know this this country that we're living in. Trying as far as possible coming out of the work we did last year to keep some momentum going in our quest to get citizens active in having a voice in this crime situation.
Well, you certainly have been busy. You're trying to keep busy. You certainly have been very, very busy. Because I understand that you are actually part of an upcoming crime conversation, community crime conversation, of which you are encouraging citizens to come out and speak. Please tell me a bit more about this event.
Right, so this is the Citizens Summit on Crime and Violence, and is being held on Sunday, September 22nd at the TML Hall in St. Joseph. That's right opposite at the compound of the TML Mosque, opposite the police station in St. Joseph. The idea behind this one, and I'll tell you, it's to bring together various civic stakeholders in society to lend their voice to what's going on. And by that we mean the business community, and in that we have a partner with Mr. Jai Leela Singh from the Confederated Chambers, who is part of the team. We have we're working with the Sills Farmer Group as well in order to organize with the farming community. We have the religious community represented, Mirza Ali Mohammed, Pastor Clive Dottin, and civic society community activists. On the policy side, we're involving Dr. Botiwari and Martin George. So we're trying to get this cross-section of society, of stakeholders, people who have an interest in this thing. And as you would probably realize, it's completely staying away from the politics of the situation, because I think that's one of the problems we have, is that everything has become too politicized and everything is viewed from the lens of it's going to benefit this one or that one, and the message gets lost in that conversation. And we want to bring this back to the people, and we're the ones at the end of the day who are suffering the most by this situation.
But Mr. Mohammed, the thing is, though, these forums that focus on conversations of national issues, particularly crime, is not necessarily something new. We have become very familiar with various forums across the country. The thing is it working? Do you really believe that it is beneficial or brings some sort of action, whether it be through voices, actually coming forward and saying that we are willing to work to make a difference? Do you think there's benefit to this?
I think we have the way of what we're doing that's different is we're keeping this not a political organization. At least in the recent past, all of the crime talks I've seen, a lot of them have involved politics or politicians in some way, form, or fashion. What needs to happen here is that the masses need to express their opinion, because change is only going to come from the people, and you can't, the top can't change the bottom. Is something I keep saying, right? The ground has to need that change and has to want that change. So what we're doing is not even so much as a summit. Yes, it's a summit. Yes, it's a march. It's a way to involve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in the process. And that aim and that ambition to get everybody on board, it must be part of the solution. Because the thing about it is we don't have a choice. Crime has to be solved in this country, right? I'm going to tell you something. Yesterday, my morning family conversation was about how to reinforce the bedroom door, right? Because this picture was going wrong. You could take a carjack and bust through burglar proof easy. And so the question was, like, when it happens, because it's almost now not if it happens, it's when it happens, when your door gets busted down, when your burglar proof gets bent on your window, what do you do next? And our family conversation, and I'm talking about our children, are overhearing these conversations, right? There is a trauma that is taking place across the country with our kids that I don't know if we understand. I don't know if we're looking at it, but this is generational. Right, because that anxiety in their head that they're not safe. They're hearing us talk every day. They're hearing the media every day. This needs to happen. Whether it's working, whether it's not working, everybody must come together and voice their thoughts on this.
You know, it's interesting that you say that level of trauma. Recently, I had a very good friend of mine. He returned from a vacation trip with his family. And he was expressing that where he was, there was no tall walls. There was very little burglar proofing. People weren't fenced in as we are in Trinidad. We've actually, he described it as us having closed ourselves in, because we don't have a choice. And look at what you're describing as being your family conversation yesterday morning. You speak about involvement and citizens' involvement. The thing is, to what extent are citizens currently involved? People are speaking about it, but is that just the extent that they are willing to participate in some sort of change?
I think my experience out of the last march, and even in organizing this one, look, people are scared. right? And they're scared of different things. I know we reached out to victims of crime in the last March just to get people to express their thoughts, opinions, and feelings on the matter. In certain communities, people are scared of reprisals and victimization. But then on the other hand, on corporate and reaching out to get people to help and assist, people are scared of victimization from the state, right? People are legit scared. We look at some people who voice and who become active, and then the machinery of the state just crashes down on them. And we have a couple examples just in recent times where this has happened to activists or regular people who are out there just trying to make a difference. I understand that people are scared, but that just reinforces even more to me that those of us who are willing to put ourselves out there and organize these things, it's even more important. And we have to do it consistently and with regularity so that we could see trust and action built up over time. I can't blame the population. I can't blame a lot of them for being scared. I really can't, because we live in difficult times, but it doesn't absolve us from the responsibility to do what needs to be done in the interest of the future of our kids.
I understand what you're saying about responsibility, but then, Mr. Mohammed, how is it that you are not fearful, given all that you've just described?
Maybe I'm just too stupid. I mean, I don't know. You know how I look at it, and I said on a talk show yesterday evening, right? The crime situation is like the devil, right? And they're my kids. Now, if you have your kids on one side and the devil on the other hand, as your instinct as a father, you put yourself in the middle, right? You put yourself in front. Right. And, you know, that's what a couple of these crime stories that we're hearing recently are so tragic, where a parent would put themselves in front of a child just to save them. The bullet goes straight through, kill the child. Anyway, it's heartbreaking, but this is what a parent does. You put yourself in the middle. And this is what we're trying to bring across to everyone, that we as the citizens, I mean, it's us, and I say us, it's you, it's your future, it's your kids, it's your grandkids, all of you out there, it's your families. And this is it's a sacrifice, but this has to happen because we're not getting anywhere with this crime situation right now.
Mr. Mohammed, you know, has it come to a point, you know, years ago, parents would try to shelter or shield their young ones from even conversations that are associated with security, associated with crime. You got those little lessons, you know, very, very minor lessons. But now that we live in the current society that we're in, is it difficult now to exclude children from these conversations? Do we have no choice but to have them as part of these conversations?
I heard somebody say just recently that they don't allow their kids to watch news, right? Just trying to shield them from that as we discussed the trauma. They don't allow their kids to watch news. But no, that's not my position. I mean, everyone has their choices to make about how they manage their family. To me, knowledge is important. And any way we could educate our children about how better to handle themselves or how to operate or how to behave, they're not always 100% in our protection and care. So yeah, involving the children, this is the society that we're living in, but I'm not going to tell anybody how to raise their kids. That's a decision for them and their circumstances.
Well, you simply can't, because that in itself leads to trouble these days. Sometimes wanting to share advice in itself, that leads to trouble. But, you know, Mr. Mohammed, what is it that you hope? Well, what would you deem as being a positive outcome or a positive impact from these conversations?
We are looking at all stakeholders in society to improve, redouble, go back to the drawing board, innovate. And I'm talking about the religious organizations, I'm talking about business, I'm talking about sport, I am talking about civic action, and I am talking about those who are in the corridors of power, and particularly those who are entrusted with the institutions that were mandated to keep us safe. You're talking the judiciary, the police, the Ministry of National Security. Now, these are the key ones that are responsible. My outcome from this is that somebody decides, look, what we've been doing has not been working, and we need to come up, sit down, strategize, and try and make an effort. You won't always... The thing about it is it won't always work, but the effort needs to be there. And the effort needs to be there from the religious groups, from corporate, from sport. It needs to be there across the board. The fact of the matter is what's all efforts now, and there are efforts being made, I'm not discounting that, and noble efforts being made, they are simply not enough. And everyone has to understand that whatever the current disposition is, it's not working, so changes are required. So I would like to see a redoubling of efforts all across society, and particularly at those institutions that are mandated for our safety, that they cannot go down the road patting themselves on the back and giving themselves an A+.
Well, then you might not be too happy with what came out of the press conference late last week. So
absolutely not. Yeah. Absolutely not. But this again comes back. Who is responsible for evaluating the performance of these organizations, right? And this is where we get it wrong, right? You don't hire people to do a job and then have them evaluate themselves. That's not how that works. We put people to do a job in a particular red building in Port of Spain. We put them there to do a job. Now, we, the citizens, put them there to run election. And it falls to us to evaluate performance, not to yourselves. So this is where I say we get it wrong in how we think about it, our mindset as citizens. We are the ones with the responsibility. We're the ones who, we have a phrase, citizen sovereignty and government accountability. We are the ones who have to say whether the performance is good or not. And we have to get accustomed to making our opinion on that matter be heard, because they've trapped us in this false choice, this dichotomy, where either you're with us or against us. So if you criticize the government, you're pro the opposition. If you criticize the opposition, you're pro the government. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And what I'm saying is that we, as the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we're the ones who have to say whether the performance is there or not. And groups like ours, we aim to provide that platform where citizens could express that opinion.
What could I relate as a television host? But Mr. Mohammed, you know, what does change look like for Transbigo? I know you said we have to come forward and we have to put our minds together. We really have to try and strategize and think about policy. But what does change really look like for Transbigo, given the situation and how deep we find ourselves in this situation? I mean, do we have to describe it as being radical? Does it really have to be extreme, that level of change?
You know, Christmas list, right? And I listen to some of the things he says, because he's been to countries all over the world in the worst places. And I got the opportunity to ask him a particular question about our situation in Trinidad versus some of these other places. And you know, the interesting thing he said is that our situation is bad, but we're not hardened yet. And I'm paraphrasing. He's like, we're not hardened yet. Some of these guys, they're scared and they're soft. And they're not like some of the real hardened guys you get in the Middle East or even in Haiti and some other places. And Trinidad and Tobago, at the end of the day, is absolute paradise. We have one or two issues that if we sort out, this would be one of the best places on earth to live. Does the situation need to be radical? Maybe strong decisions need to be made. But just based on our fundamental the fundamental goodness of our society, and based on what guys like Chris are saying, that yes, the situation is bad, but it's not so far. There is a feeling that this can be pulled back if we made the right interventions at the right time. We have an opportunity to pull this back, but if we allow it to snowball, we're going to be in a very difficult state.
Well, I appreciate the optimism. I think in my position I've been quite pessimistic at times. Not that I want to be negative, but I don't know. I think that my position is we've already reached that descent. But it doesn't take a lot to get back to a position of paradise, as you mentioned. You've also spoken at the beginning of this conversation in respect to, those who will be contributing to the conversations. Who are some of those names, if you don't mind repeating it, please?
Right, so our panel of speakers would include Mirza Ali Mohammed, Dr. Bo Tiwari, Mr. Martin George, Ricardo Mohammed, Marva John Logan, and myself. I hope let me just make sure Pastor Clive Dottin. Let's not forget Mr. Pastor Dottin. So we have persons representing business, religion, community activism, and policy and academia. We try to get that cross-section.
Now, you're encouraging citizens to come out and participate. This is an open forum. Though you have panelists, people can come and let their voices be heard.
Absolutely. We would like to invite everyone in Trinidad and Tobago to attend. There will be the panel discussion, of course, but after that, there will be questions and answers. We're there from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., so it's not a whole day. It's just an hour in the morning for talks and then an hour and a half thereafter for persons to ask questions, interact with the panel, and voice their opinions.
Once more, Mr. Mohammed, could you just repeat the location and time as well?
So it's on September 22nd, that's Sunday, September 22nd, at the TML Hall in St. Joseph. That's on the compound of the TML Mosque in St. Joseph, opposite the police station, and 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. On Sunday, 22nd, yeah.
Is there an avenue where people can get more information or even contact the panel to should they deem themselves of having more of a role to play in this?
Now, absolutely. We have a couple phone numbers. You could call the Project 600 team at 462-7194, or you could contact Mr. Jayalila Singh at 355-6777. And of course, information will be on our social media pages for Project 600.
Indeed. Mr. Mohammed, thank you very much for your time this morning and for the role that you're playing as a social advocate. And you know what, I think we use that too much, social advocate, an advocate for change, an advocate for difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for having me. My pleasure.
All the very best. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the level of camaraderie that exists and the level of support that exists at these forums is something that we can all benefit from. It's something that we all need. I mean, we are all frustrated. I sit in this position, and Mr. Mohammed, said he's heard instances of parenting that they try they don't let their children watch the news. I'm a journalist. I'm a television host, and I'm so frustrated at times from the situation and watching the news. The fear that exists, this is all what I'm telling you is true. I find myself in a position where at times I can't sleep at night because of that level of fear and anxiety, because of what we're reporting on, and because of what we are facing, what we're seeing, what we know happening on a daily basis here in TNT. So that forum where we can all come together as citizens, have open, honest dialogue, and know that that support exists is very important. I would encourage you to be a part of these conversations and these forums. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for AM Prime. Thank you very much for my guests for joining me on the program this morning. It's good to see Chris back once more on AM Prime. And of course, to Masita Prasad for joining us to speak about her production. And thank you very much to Mr. Isa Mohammed of the Project 600 Committee for joining us to share more information in respect to the Citizens Summit on Crime and Violence. I'm Keaton Shaw. I remind you that today is a good day to have a good day. And from the entire team here at WESN, and by extension, my directors on a morning, Mile Wood and Ryan Gomez-Book, we wish you a great one, and we'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.
WESN.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
The latest developments from a continent that's constantly changing. Daily reports, interviews with influential newsmakers and personalities, analysis from our journalists in the studio, all the news from Africa. Watch Eye on Africa, Presented by Georgia Calvin Smith on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back to Paris Direct. The headlines this hour. Former U.S. President Donald Trump safe after an apparent assassination attempt at his West Palm Beach golf course. According to U.S. authorities, the suspect is in custody. Women in Iran defiant 2 years after the death of Mahsa Amini whilst in police custody. The 22-year-old had been detained for improperly wearing her hijab. And border controls go into effect in Germany. The move intended to clamp down on illegal arrivals comes after recent gains by the far-right AfD in regional elections. Also coming up, if you're a fan of hiking and wine, we'll be speaking to an author who's written a book on the best wine hikes here in France. Stay with us. This is Paris Direct. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is safe after another apparent assassination attempt on his life. On Sunday, while at his West Palm Beach golf course in Florida, Secret Service opened fire on a gunman located near the boundary. The 58-year-old suspect bolted out of the shrubs he was hiding in and escaped in a black car. According to authorities, the potential suspect is in custody. U.S. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris say they're both glad Donald Trump is safe.
Just hours after a suspected second assassination attempt on former U.S. President Donald Trump, law enforcement officials arrested a suspect. U.S. media report that Ryan Ruth was captured after Secret Service agents opened fire on a gunman carrying an AK-47 style rifle near the boundary of Trump's Florida golf course. Police have been searching the properties of Ruth, a former resident of North Carolina who has been living as a self-employed affordable housing builder in Hawaii since 2018. A staunch political activist, Ruth has voiced opinions both supportive of and critical of Trump. One cause dear to his heart, however, has been the war in Ukraine, as he recently spent months in the country supporting the resistance against the Russian invasion. Here he is talking about Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2022.
Putin is a terrorist, and he needs to be ended. So we need everybody from around the globe to stop what they're doing and come here now and support the Ukrainians to end this war.
Ruth is suspected of being the person who hid in shrubbery with a rifle, scope, and camera near the area where Trump was golfing. Secret Service agents were clearing holes ahead of Trump when they spotted a rifle barrel. The agents opened fire, but the person fled in a black car before being apprehended on the highway. The FBI has said the incident appears to be an assassination attempt. Nonetheless, Trump posted statements in seemingly good spirits that evening, praising law enforcement for their work and saying he would never surrender to people trying to stop him and his supporters.
Now, it's been 2 years since protests broke out in Iran following the death of Mahsa Amini. The 22-year-old died in police custody after she was detained by the notorious morality police for improperly wearing her veil. The months-long mass protest movement which ensued shook the Islamic Republic to its core, but a heavy-handed crackdown soon followed.
At just 22. On September 16, 2022, Mahsa Amini died in an Iranian hospital. Brutally beaten while in custody, she'd been in a coma for 3 days. Her alleged crime, not wearing a headscarf or hijab properly. Amini's death would provoke a wave of indignation and outrage. A brutal crackdown ensued. NGOs say that during the months-long protest movement, tens of thousands were arrested and at least 550 killed, with the clerical regime ready to go to great lengths to quash any dissent. Yet despite the repression, women have continued to take their hijabs off in public. It was and remains an act of civil disobedience. Running on promises to stop the harassment of women by the morality police, Masoud Pezeshkian was elected president on July 6th. But his authority has its limits.
So far, Pezeshkian hasn't really faced any death or major example of mistreatment by police of young women in Tehran or elsewhere, so it's unclear exactly what he would do if something like that happened. He has to still exist within the theocracy of Iran, which is overseen at the top by Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Despite the risks, many Iranians continue to slowly move the needle towards more freedom and more defiance against the regime.
We have women who are going to ride a motorcycle, who are going to show their hair, who are going to dance and sing in public. These are also things that are forbidden in the Islamic Republic of Iran. So these are all small victories that we witness and that keep most of the people motivated.
Today, the mandatory headscarf law remains in place. But 2 years after Mahsa Amini's death, a defiance and an anger towards the regime remain unbroken.
Now, border controls have gone into effect in Germany this Monday. The move, which was announced last week, comes as Berlin tries to stop the flow of illegal immigration after a string of extremist attacks and a recent regional election win by the far-right AfD. The border controls are set to be in place for the next 6 months, but critics of the policy argue it spells the end of the Schengen zone. Time next for our Entre nous, or Between Us segment. And today we're speaking with Damien Courcou, author of Randons Vin en France, which translates in English to Wine Hikes in France. Thank you so much for joining us here on France 24 today. Firstly, where did you get the idea to write this book?
In fact, it's the editor, Helvetic, who started 10 years ago with a collection called Rando Bière in France, in Belgium, in Switzerland. And they asked me to write one book. And 2 years ago, they asked me to write the book Rando Vin in France.
Now, I see that in the book you divide it into different wine regions. You also detail the difficulty of the hike, the duration of the hike. Did you do all these hikes yourself?
Yes, I do. I take for about 4 months to do all the hike all around the France. It was really interesting because you are walking in the winery, you can see the color of the wood, you can see the landscape, and all that is important to have a taste of the terroir.
You clearly got a taste of vineyards and saw everything yourself firsthand. And what did you notice when it came to this trend of organic wines?
It's because we want to walk around the nature. So it was, of course, natural to choose the organic wine world.
Damien, if you were recommending a hike for somebody who's looking for a quick weekend getaway out of Paris, what would you recommend?
Oh, you can take the train because half of the hiking can be do by train. But I think there is one in Angers. It's very nice, and it's something interesting because it's a urban wine cellar. I also try to show the different experience you can have in winery, visit wine museum, visit wine bar, and also, of course, a winery.
And Damien, final question for you. You recommend, so the wine drinking happens after the hiking is done, right?
Yes, I taste also all the wine.
Oh.
It was very nice to do.
That's definitely an incentive to go on a hike. Damien, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. Damien Courcou joining us there. Now, to talk more about organic wines, we can bring in our environment editor, Valerie de Kemp, who joins me on set. Valerie, great to see you.
Hi, Dylan.
Firstly, what are organic wines exactly?
Well, white wine, red wine, champagne, rosé can all be organic from all regions here in France. Now, organic wine is wine that meets official European organic label. And I say European because obviously you have different labels in the US or Australia, for example, other big wine countries. And so here in France, it's called bio, that organic label. And you have to meet two main criteria. So essentially how the grapes are grown, but also how the wine was actually made. So the vinification, the transformation of grapes into alcohol. And so organic grapes, of course, are the main ingredient. So grown without synthetic pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and chemical fertilizers used in the vineyards. It's not just the grapes, but it's also 100% of all agricultural products used in the production of wine that need to be organic as well. So sugar, some added alcohol as well need to be organic. And so in terms of how the wine is made, certain techniques are forbidden with organic wine. De-alcoholization, for example, when you remove the alcohol for non-alcoholic wine. Also heating above 70 degrees Celsius and other more technical things that are not allowed in organic wine making. And the most important difference, I would say, with conventional wines is that it does contain fewer additives. So 50 compared to more than 300 in conventional. So sulfites, as you mentioned, which are essentially what keeps wines stable and prevent them from going bad. So in organic wines, you have minimum levels of kind of 1.5 grams of sulfites per liter of red wine, for example. So that is one main difference. Some people say that sulfites are what makes them have a headache after having wine.
Yeah.
So organic wine might help you in that sense, but it's not been, scientifically proven that it's what causes headaches. So it's more of a how much wine you drink.
Yeah, drink in moderation. Now, how much of the wine in France is actually organic?
Well, according to the latest figures in 2020, roughly 14 to 15% of wine production in France was organic. So it's quite a sizable amount of our wine. Nearly 10,000 producers were certified, and numbers going up by 20% in 2020 compared to the year before. So a considerable progress in organic wine production here in France. There's certainly been a boom with more than 80,000 hectares of land dedicated to organic wine, a figure that has tripled in 10 years here in France. A few regions make up more than 70% of organic wine production. So that's Nouvelle-Aquitaine, that's where Bordeaux is, but also Occitanie, Provence, known for rosé. Getting the organic label, though, can be quite expensive, and it does take a long time, about 3 years for the so-called conversion. And in that period of time, even though wine producers are, producing organic grapes, they're not able to use the label. And so it can be, quite a long process to actually get there.
Now, there are other labels as well, because there's biodynamic, there are natural wines, and from an environmental perspective, which is better?
Well, it can get quite confusing with all those different labels. What I can say is that, grapes are one of the fruits which have one of the highest concentrations of pesticides. A recent study here in France found that 90% of the samples of the grape samples studied actually were contaminated with pesticides. And so certainly organic wine can be a massive plus in that sense, reducing pesticides, especially from a health perspective. That is something to be concerned of. That being said, organic doesn't necessarily mean all natural. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's all that better for the soil and the environment. It does not rule out excessive mechanical soil cultivation that can actually degrade the health of the soil over time. And since you can't, use synthetic fungicides, many rely on copper. So copper copper actually being diluted with water and sprayed onto the vineyards. And at high doses, it could actually be toxic for aquatic animals, mammals, even wine producers exposed to it. So it has become quite taboo, the use of copper in organic wine farming. In a study from 2017, the European Food and Safety Agency also found that it can, have dangerous consequences having too much of that copper. Now, biodynamic natural wines, as you were mentioning, it is a bit of a murky world out there. Biodynamic is more of a technique that it refers to using more compost, so no chemical fertilizers, but it has a bit of a mystic element to it, depending on the moon as well. So people make fun of that. But okay. It's more, my takeaway, I would say, is that organic label is a label that exists, it's controlled, and so you have the guarantee that the grapes are organic.
That's the AB label we have on the bottle.
That's the one that you have on the bottle, but it's not a guarantee that it's necessarily sustainable, because it's also the industrial element, how much wine is actually produced. The best way forward, I would say, is buy as much local wine as you can, and I guess we're lucky in that sense, Delano, to live in France.
We live in France, not really from Paris, but around the region, and we can hike and find your own wine as well. So we brought you everything. Thank you very much for that, Valerie. Valerie de Camp there. Coming up next, Across Africa, where Georgia Calvin-Smith should be bringing you the very latest from across the African continent. Stay tuned.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for Across Africa, our weekly look at stories from across the continent. I'm Georgia Calvin-Smith, and this week, a year on since a dam collapse caused devastating flooding that swept away thousands of lives and wiped out about a quarter of the Libyan city of Derna, the race to rebuild continues. Also, South Africa's culture ministry is hoping that spinning can drive the motorsports sector forward. The once banned pastime involves skillfully skidding cars in circles at dizzying speeds. And worth the cost of a pricey ticket, Madagascar's pristine waters make it one of the best kite surfing spots in the world, and locals want more fans of the sport to know it. But first, it's been a year since deadly floods overwhelmed the eastern Libyan city of Derna. Thousands died, many more are still missing, and the city is still coming to terms with the devastation. Belgesem Haftar, the son of General Khalifa Haftar, who runs that part of the city, is overseeing the race to rebuild. Results have so far been mixed, as our team found out.
The sounds of building have echoed throughout the eastern Libyan city of Derna for months now, the result of 155 reconstruction projects financed by a special €1.9 billion fund. Derna was devastated by floods on September 11, 2023, but restoration has made progress and reconstruction of landmarks like the Al Sahaba Mosque is almost complete.
We are trying to ensure that it is rebuilt as new while preserving its authenticity. The urgency lies in the fact that it is very important that the people of Derna find their place of prayer.
There are some concerns about the lack of transparency over how reconstruction contracts have been awarded. Authorities want results and fast. Housing is a priority. 2,000 apartments have been built for victims deemed to be most in need. Others can apply for financial aid to repair their homes. This woman, still overwhelmed by uncertainty, didn't want to share her name, but said that she and her son received about €10,000 in help.
The money allowed me to redo the floor and doors a little, that's all. It was really chaos when I got home. Halel, my son, was there during the flood. He called me to tell me that he was on the roof, that nothing was working, that the car was underwater. Today, luckily, things are starting to get better.
Some have blamed politicians and military officials for the disaster. An official inquiry still has not been launched. NGOs are trying to care for the displaced, and the dead are still being counted.
We are still finding bodies. During construction, some were uncovered as the debris was cleared. We hand over the remains each time to the agency searching for the missing so that it can identify them.
4,500 people were killed in the flooding. Unidentified victims have been assigned numbers in the hope that DNA tests can perhaps someday offer closure to grieving families.
Now, not being able to read can stop people in literate societies from having access to opportunities that others may take for granted. In Côte d'Ivoire, only about 13% of women can't read, many of them in rural areas. One group of teachers is trying to close the gap. Our correspondents report.
There are no classrooms here, but there is learning. Paul Marie moves between the stalls to help these traders to read, write, and count. This method is based on a mobile phone application called Alphatic.
On vous apprend à calculer à la calculatrice et puis à la fin on vous donne le portable. Là, ça y est, avec vous, vous allez vous-même travailler, calculer avec. Et ici c'est...
Since 2017, UNESCO has trained some 2,500 women under this program.
When you go to buy in bulk, you have to calculate the price. You're told that it's such and such a number and you have to work out the total so you can then make the payments. If you don't know how to calculate, you have to ask someone to do it for you.
UNESCO says 90% of children whose mothers can read and write will also be able to read and write. Charlotte, who has completed the training, hopes that this new skill will be useful for her daughter too.
As it's the end of the holidays, every morning when I go out, I give her exercises to do, to learn to read and write. It's very important to me. It's very, very important. It's what motivated me the most to follow the courses.
La Côte d'Ivoire a une forte population en milieu rural.
Ivory Coast has a large rural population, so access to education can be difficult because there aren't enough local schools, and there's a lack of qualified instructors. That's to say, a lack of teachers who have specialized training in literacy.
To address these challenges, the Ivorian authorities have allocated a fund to promote literacy and have recently dedicated a ministry to the issue.
Well, people in Lagos spend an average of 30 hours in traffic every week. Congestion is an unwelcome part of life in the vibrant city. But where there's a will, there's a way, and that way is sometimes the waterways. Clem Vella tells us more.
What was once often a 3-hour nightmare drive to work with a pre-dawn start and dense traffic has become a half-hour sprint across the waters of the Lagos Lagoon by boat. For Ivy Junaid, who works on one of the islands off the coast, the ferry has changed her life.
You actually get out of bed when you need to. You have breakfast at home, strut in here, strut into the boat, and 30 minutes across the water, you're on the other side. It's way easier.
Flanked by the lagoon and the Atlantic Ocean, Lagos has long used its waterways as an alternative to the megacity's chaotic roads. However, with over 21 million inhabitants, the city is set to become the world's largest by the end of the century, hence the urgent need to adapt the river traffic. Over the next 3 years, a project partially funded by France and the EU aims to develop 15 ferry routes as well as upgrade the jetty system and the dredge routes.
The State Ministry of Transportation is now developing very actively the rail and the water transportation services. We believe very strongly that this will boost the current percentage of water transportation from about 2% to almost about 10%.
For experts, the Lagos government will have to take important measures in order to make the water traffic environmentally and financially sustainable. Nigeria is currently facing its worst cost of living crisis in decades, with inflation at more than 30% and fuel costs tripling over the last 18 months.
Well, South Africa's new Minister of Sport and Culture wants to literally fast-track his sector's development. The loud, exhilarating, dangerous, flamboyant motorsport of spinning is in line to be taken up again. Originally born in poorer townships in the country, the scene is set to go mainstream. Our team has more.
It's called spinning. The drivers look like stuntmen. Spinning started during apartheid when gang members would spin tires to honor fallen members. But nowadays it has become a family-friendly sport. For this motor enthusiast who organizes competitions across the country, it's time to make the sport professional.
It's been growing and just been snowballing so fast. We would like to see more corporates get involved to back, because the sport does cost a bit of money. You're using actual vehicles that you need to build, like any race car, any race competition.
Amateurs believe that these competitions will enable them to help vulnerable young people.
This is something that we were supposed to do years ago. At least our kids will now be off drugs and off the street and busy with drag racing.
And there'll be so much for the youth to look up to, so much for the youth to do.
Spinners are gaining traction on social networks. The French TV network Canal Plus even came to South Africa to make a series about them. The new Minister for Sport and Culture, who himself has a past as a gang member, said he was proud to see the international spotlight on a South African sport.
I'm going to make it a national sport. We've already budgeted money for it. The federations has already been registered. It's going to be one of our exports. Thank you.
According to the minister, this motorsport will be officially recognized before the end of the year.
Well, Madagascar's pristine waters make it one of the best kite surfing spots in the world, and locals want more fans of the sport to know it. Seaside communities are banking on the promotion of their water sports credentials to boost the local economy. Our Gael Borgia went along to take a look.
Sakalava Bay has everything a kite surfer could dream of. Winds that average 25 knots almost all year round, beautiful reef breaks and a flat, shallow lagoon. Despite these uniquely perfect conditions, the site is little known among practitioners of the sport. Today, two of kitesurfing's biggest stars have been invited to promote Sakalava Bay in a bid to draw more visitors.
I would compare Sakalava Bay to Brazil or Hawaii or Gran Canaria, and I think it's also almost better than those world-class spots. It's amazing here. You've got flat water and beautiful waves, wind every day, so definitely one of my top.
There are just a few hundred kite surfers who take to the waves here each year, most of whom are residents. Better-known destinations like Brazil attract some 320,000 kite surfers annually. Despite this, the 20-odd kite surfing schools in the bay have proved a valuable source of income and inspiration for the local village.
My aim is to represent Madagascar in international competitions. We watch videos of champions like Stig Hofnagel, Kohan van Dijk and Jamie Overbeek. We improve by imitating their style.
Madagascar won't be sending kite surfers to the Olympics anytime soon. Its national federation doesn't even organize competitions. In 2022, 3 Malagasy instructors took it upon themselves to create the country's first annual kite surf contest in a bid to drive up tourism. But they hit a major obstacle, the price of plane tickets.
When people see that getting here costs 2,000 euros while going to Morocco costs 300 or 400 euros, of course they go to Morocco. We would be able to improve things if the plane tickets were less expensive.
A 10-hour training course here costs some 2,500 euros per person, including flights from Paris and accommodation. For some kite surfers, the perfect conditions and chance to kite surf in a lagoon with no one else around is well worth the price.
Well, that's it for Across Africa for now. Thanks for joining us, though. Do so again if you can. Till then, take care.
They observe. They contact us. They report, film, photograph. They are the voice of the voiceless. Your eyes in the far-flung reaches of the world. The Observers, a network of 5,000 committed citizens working with France 24.
One of our observers in Côte d'Ivoire.
Amateur footage and testimonials checked by our journalists and broadcast weekly on The Observers, on France 24 and observers.france24.com.
You're watching Paris Direct with me, Delano D'Souza. The headlines this hour. Former U.S. President Donald Trump safe after an apparent assassination attempt at his West Palm Beach golf course. According to authorities, the suspect is in custody. Women in Iran defined 2 years after the death of Mahsa Amini whilst in police custody. The 22-year-old had been detained for improperly wearing her veil. And border controls go into effect in Germany. The move, intended to clamp down on illegal arrivals, comes after recent gains by the far-right AfD in regional elections. Also coming up in this hour of the program, Diptika Laurent will be with us to get us the latest from television's biggest night as the Emmy Awards wrap up in Los Angeles. Stay with us. This is Paris Direct. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is safe after another apparent assassination attempt on his life. On Sunday, while at his West Palm Beach golf course in Florida, Secret Service opened fire on a gunman located near the boundary. The 58-year-old suspect bolted out of the shrubs he was hiding in and escaped in a black car. According to U.S. authorities, the potential suspect is in custody. U.S. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris say they're both glad Donald Trump is safe. For more on this story, we can go across to our correspondent Fraser Jackson standing by in Washington. Fraser, what's the latest on Trump's assassination attempt?
Well, the details of some of it, which are still being worked out by the police, are still slowly coming out. The man is still in custody and a motive for it still being worked out. But what we do know now, according to U.S. media reports, is that the man who would be a gunman is 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth, who is an affordable housing builder in Hawaii. He moved there in 2018 after spending much of his life in North Carolina, where he has a series of criminal arrests. The most egregious of which arguably was in 2002 when he fled from police and barricaded himself inside a house, inside a building for 3 hours, and eventually was charged with possession of a weapon and possession of a weapon of mass destruction. That's
WESN.
I'm a man that took very, very small amounts of pride in my ignorance of my personal safety. Granted, I did not seek to go out to dangerous locations in the country on criminal hotspots, but I did not limit myself to the quote-unquote the rich areas, the safe areas. You know, if I had to drive down Charlotte Street, I would drive down Charlotte Street. Yeah, I have friends that live in not so nice places. Not to say that I would necessarily recklessly go there. But there was a point in time when some of those places were reasonably safe. And now this weekend, just to do an errand, I found myself having to change my reason, having to adjust my judgment of where I could go and what I could do. I've never really had to do that before. Technically, this started from before with regards to at what hour will I go to what location. At nighttime, will I want to be at certain places? Maybe not so much anymore. It never used to quite be that way. We're not even talking about the main hot spots. I'm talking about fast food outlets, which is not too far from the roads I frequently travel. But just the thought of stopping there, because of the locations they were in or the proximity to locations they were in, it gave me pause. And I was driving past, essentially, some of the East Port of Spain high-rises. And I started to think of that old song, you know, bring back the old-time days, bring back them old-time ways. Not that everything from back in the day is necessarily acceptable now. There was, in some ways, degrees of discrimination. You know, races in certain aspects tended to keep to themselves. Stereotypes were maybe more spoken of or readily accepted. And of course, certain cultural practices which we have had to remove would have existed more prominently then. But the lyrics of the song has a point. You know, we used to care for each other. And now, as time goes on, that's getting harder, even if most of us want to do it, because it's hard to trust. You know, who is going to be someone that will have your back and who is going to take advantage of you? And it's a vicious cycle, because then you stereotype young men and soon to be young women, given the fact that crime is being reported, being conducted by young ladies now. And they will be stereotyped. And we shouldn't do it, because that's an assumption, that's prejudging, that will lead to prejudice. But then on the flip side, it wouldn't necessarily be on racial discrimination of one race to another, but rather just stereotyping, of which we all might eventually fall victim to doing it. And that will further help erode, if it hasn't already, the bonds of a people, of a nation. The question is, do we even know where to begin with fixing it? It's almost like if we're carrying out actions to progress, but we're not always necessarily progressing. We're doing what we think we need to progress. We're doing what other people have done in other countries to progress. But their situation is not like our situation. So when we try to progress in the same direction they do, or they did, doesn't necessarily always translate for us. It was a very bitter realization when I just not too long ago spoke with Mr. Harvey Boris about the love of one's country. And even before now, from since June, I think I'm starting to realize more and more it's getting harder and harder for me to recognize my country. Those areas not touched by crime have become so commercial and potentially soulless that it's not necessarily any better. And then if you replace your country, all of the aspects of it, with the easy choice, with the commercial choice, with crime unrestrained, unrestricted, and unsolved. If you change all of the planks of the Argo, then is it the same ship? At some point in time, it's still Jason's ship, but is it the same one? Well, it's the same land, but I argue that to some extent, we've changed so much of the country. To what extent is it the same one? Not all change is automatically for the better. It's not, I'm not saying that we should not change. We can't be stagnant. But we need to do a better job of figuring out what is best for the collective nation. And not just whatever it is what we're doing now. This is Talking Point here on WESN, the Content Capital. Sean Michael Small, starting off another week. Of course, there is the, at this point, you could almost say habitual or expected crime stories in the news. We're not necessarily going to delve into all of that. But I just wanted to share an observation about the state of the nation. Meanwhile, there are specific topics that might have potentially more technical or academic aspects that we could chew on to help be a bit more focused on the discussion. So of course, as always, let's kick off today's Daily Review. So the first story I noticed from the news this weekend, and I've been waiting all weekend to talk about it really, was of course the fact that there was a change in the TTPS's head of the Tobago division. Both ACP Collis Hazel as well as, I just want to get his full name here, the Senior Superintendent Rodell Kirk, they have been reported to have been removed from their post. Although that statement in and of itself, I don't know if it's technically correct, because I don't think they were outright fired. Usually at senior levels of any paramilitary organization, there's a fine line between being transferred and being fired. Some are outright fired. Their career essentially ends because at some point you're not going to automatically have a billet or a role to give them. Or you transfer them to something that is far less essential, that has very little prospects for further advancement, and you let that go. We don't necessarily know to what degree they have been just transferred in a side grade. That's not necessarily clear to me. That's what I suspect happened. But when I saw the headline, my first response was, yes, I understand that Tobago is seeing a level of violence that it is not accustomed to. But let's take a step back now. Yes, all things are relative, but let's take a step back. 22 murders is a problem for Tobago. But in the grander scheme of things of the nation, there are two things to keep in mind. One, in the totality of the issue of our murder rate, 22 is not that big of a number. But more importantly, two, to some extent, the violence in Tobago is because of the violence in Trinidad. To some extent, the violence is imported. It's not indigenous to Tobago, not all of it. Maybe some of it. It's hard to know. It's not like we have accurate information in real time that keeps track of all the variables that might go into the motivations and methods of a murder. But I think it's fair to say that to some extent, what Tobago is unfortunately experiencing is, like I said, to some extent, to some degree, not saying in its totality, spillover from Trinidad. And if you put those two things together, the fact that, look, 22 murders out of 400 plus, and the fact that the violence in Trinidad is to some extent influencing the violence in Tobago, that tells me that the situation in Trinidad is potentially more severe than the situation in Tobago. In part because if we solve the situation in Trinidad, it might limit or restrict what's going on in Tobago. Potentially. Not guaranteed, but potentially. So why does it seem as though the people in charge, whoever made this decision, is looking to do so for Tobago, but not for any for the Tobago division of the TTPS, and not for any other aspect of national security? I believe the Chief Secretary has gone on record for saying that this change was actually spoken about in a meeting by the National Security Council in July, and it was done in order to, I want to make sure I'm not, it was done in order to address complacency and familiarity, or rather contempt bred by familiarity. Now, the second part, that's interesting. I think that's debatable. There's some truth to that. You get familiar with the situation, you start to make assumptions, and sometimes the assumptions, they cause you to not necessarily look at each crime, each case to be investigated on its own merits, but rather it's clouded by biases which are formed because of assumptions made by familiarity. But complacency. I would argue that the Tobago Division, at the very least, the officers that headed it, and potentially the division itself, did not have a degree of complacency that was higher, at the very least, that was higher than what you see in other aspects of national security, including other areas of the TTPS. More importantly, this is 1 year. This is the first year. 1 year. 1 year, 9 months in, 8.5 really. Oh my gosh, things are so bad. Things are so bad in Tobago. We need to remove people. Meanwhile, we are, what, 2 years in to the current executive's regime, for lack of a better way to put it? And I think maybe 3 years into the current Minister of National Security. And of course, we are 9 years into the general, most of the members of the National Security Council. How is it that the head of the Tobago Division is on such a shorter leash than the commissioner, when the situation in Trinidad, I would argue, is worse than what's going on in Tobago? Please explain that to me. Please explain to me, okay, fine, one could argue there's not necessarily contempt bred by familiarity on behalf of the commissioner in her role as commissioner, but complacency. Let's not forget, she's doing an excellent job, according to herself, months after her appointment. Excellent. So excellent that we're still within range of breaking records of the murder rate. And the reduction in murders in her first year, let's not get it twisted. That's not relevant enough Or rather, maybe you could say there's not enough supporting data to say that it is solely due to policing. There could have been other factors for that. The margins are small enough where I'm not willing to accept that. The level of violence has escalated beyond what we've seen before. And over the last couple of years, we get the same song and dance. Is that not a degree of complacency? We are not really seeing, think about it. What is the big move? What is the big move? What is the big strategy? Something happens. Usually, the technical experts are afraid that when an emergency situation happens or a crisis happens or something like this happens, the politicians will go half-cocked and do something too extreme. That is not practical. We have the reverse. Our politicians, they just try to get by saying the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. Tell me, what is not complacent about our national security situation? And then, complacency. You want to talk about complacency? What about the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force? What is the point of recruiting, training, and not deploying in any meaningful way the Defense Force, the regiment, the Air Guard, the Coast Guard, right? Between the National Security Council, the head of the Defense Force, the head of the Coast Guard, you mean to tell me no one is going to look at the fact that, oh, we have a supply chain problem for maintaining our boats. Maybe we should try to figure out a way to deal with it. It could be stockpiling spare parts. It could be changing the supply chain, the distribution channels, renegotiating the maintenance deals with the shipbuilders. I don't know. And maybe they have done those things, but at some point, this is a results-based business, and if the Coast Guard boats have been stuck at port for years, and based on the results, it's not hard to believe people who say that they have been stuck not working at ports for years. Or the other accusation is someone gets a phone call and the patrol doesn't go out. Regardless of the truth, the results are bad enough. You mean to tell me that's not complacent? So I would like to know to what extent that the rest of the country needs to wake up, because apparently Tobagonians are not accepting the crime in their backyard. So much so that the same government that trots out the same Nancy story, the same song and dance, the same catchphrases and buzzwords to placate us, that same government that feels more than comfortable for saying that no stone will be left unturned 16, 17, 18 times in a row. We will redouble our efforts after redoubling our efforts after redoubling our efforts. We will put maximum effort, because it's not as though they have never said that they would put maximum effort in before. And all of those things that you're supposed to say when stuff like this happens, and yet we get no change in the results until the next tragedy happens. Somehow that government, that National Security Council, looked at Tobago and said, we need to make a change here before this whole situation, we lose the voters, we lose the people. But in Trinidad, we don't even get crumbs. We just get promises, empty promises, because they've made those promises time and time again, and we accept it. I get it. I get it. For a lot of people, the opposition is not a viable option. But still, we can't just magically wish for the old-time days and somehow things will change for the better. Why? As long as we're tolerant, we will get what they will give us because we accept it. All right, let's move on to the next story. Actually, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue the stories on Talking Point here. Of course, the ESP should be joining me later on as well, so stay tuned for that. We'll be right back after this.
Transform your home with PCU Plus. From stylish furniture to the latest appliances, we have everything you need to create your perfect space. At PCU Plus, we offer fair prices and affordable financing options that are cheaper than hire purchase agreements. With convenient locations in San Fernando, Tobago, Arima, and our lifestyle showroom in Barataria, you're never far from the best deals. Visit PCU Plus today and discover why we're the top choice for quality furniture and appliances. PCU Plus. Quality you trust, prices you'll love. Visit one of our locations or find us online to start transforming your home today.
Welcome back to Talking Point, and shifting gears to a situation that, to some extent, when I look at it, there is a bit of irony because, as many of you may know, I have a stake in the tourism product. Let's just put it that way. And one of the things that I have told people, you know, friends who may have wanted to get involved in other aspects of tourism, what have you, is the fact that really and truly, make no mistake, tourism in this country, you cannot depend on the government. The special purpose companies are generally a waste of time. The Ministry of Tourism is generally a waste of time. They don't have any kind of budget to do anything. So to some extent, you can't necessarily blame the minister for that. You know, even to some degree, the tourism division in the THA is not really doing anything effective with regards to the situation of tourism and the tourism product of Tobago. A lot of the moves that they do try to make are splashy and are not the most practical, and in some cases are a complete waste of time. I'm not talking about necessarily the airport right now, I'm talking about Magdalena. A project that should have probably never happened because the maintenance cost of it is prohibitive, hence why Hilton pulled out. And hence why I do believe, last I heard, the government is trying to sell it. I really don't know who would want to buy it, but then again, there's a hotel not too far from me that was bought and refurbished, and I thought it was a bad deal, but hopefully they don't go out of business. That's all I'll say about that. And I'm here to draw parallels now to the fact that somehow, you see, tourism at the end of the day is mostly privately owned. The government is doing its darndest to try to have government-owned hotels, therefore it will compete against the private sector interests as well as itself, because we need a Hilton and a Hyatt in Port of Spain, and they're each other's biggest competition. No issues there with regards to investments, right? But somehow, with regards to our national security, apparently there are certain aspects of it that, like tourism, if we want stuff to be done, it needs to be private sector initiatives. Security. Security now. National security, not private security of one's compound with a private security firm. National security, dealing with crime. See, it's one thing for a business and a private sector industry to say we need to do things on our own. It's another thing for something that what government should be doing. The private sector, the business community is saying we need to do this because the level of service that we're getting is not always up to scratch. Now, I have spoken on this before. This is the Eagle Eye project in Tunapuna. That has been, it's a joint project between the police service and the Tunapuna Police Station Community Council, as well as the Greater Tunapuna Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Now, this initiative I thought was a good idea. That's the practical problem-solving side of the brain saying, well, looking at it on the face, it's a good idea. There was hopes to expand it. There are still hopes to expand it. Essentially, from what I understand, the businesses are paying the costs for the cameras, both to install as well as the maintenance of it, to run it. But then also they have access to monitoring it. So this project is working because of essentially two reasons. One, the financing, but then two, the monitoring means that the authorities will be aware of any breakdowns sooner and could fix it sooner. And it allows for a network to be maintained, to have wide coverage of the area that it's in. And apparently, according to police, it has given results to deal with crime, to backtrack where certain individuals, in one case, a deceased person, they used the Eagle Eye system to backtrack his movements, to then try, or rather, to get an image of him in order to identify him, in order to put his photo out there. They've used it for other actual crimes as well, not just necessarily for John Doe's. And I find it interesting. The idealistic side of the brain is saying, why is it that the private sector seems to have to be taking points? Because an interesting part of one of the articles is that I believe one of the stakeholders is looking for government to invest in the project. They're saying for $1 million a month, 5,000 cameras can be installed across the country. And they would be monitored and maintained. The trick is, if the government paid for it, would they give access to private sector stakeholders to help monitor and maintain it? That is apparently one of the things. And yes, granted, this is not the norm. This is not something that you would argue to be typical best practice of a national security situation, to have private sector individuals or private citizens involved. But apparently, for the needs of our situation, at least in Tunapuna, it works in Tunapuna. It potentially will work just as effectively throughout the country. But it is allowed in part because the Tunapuna Chamber provided the funds, some of the funds, if not all of the funds. If the government did it, what difference would it be to the current situation we have with the cameras around the country? That's the catch, right? I understand where the stakeholder is coming from. Government should be the one investing in security. That's what it should be. But ironically, it seems as though we can't rely on the government to invest and maintain a camera system. Because somehow private citizens will monitor it better than whatever the government put in place for the current camera system that we have, apparently, allegedly. I don't know if it's a problem of scale or what have you. And I applaud the effort of the various business chambers that are looking into the Eagle Eye project to try to help safeguard their areas and the businesses of their members, and by extension, the communities around their areas, the residential parts of their communities as well. But it goes back to one of the things that I pointed out to earlier, When one area in East Port of Spain basically said, we rely on a gang to maintain law and order here because the police either can't do it, won't do it, or we just don't trust them to do it. When you have to look to sources outside of the state to provide you with critical functions that are supposed to be provided by the state, that could be a sign of a breakdown in society. It's not necessarily as bad as the businesses actively seeking a criminal organization to pay protection to literally protect them from the Wild West of criminal activity. But I don't necessarily think that this, in the long run, is a good sign with regard to the state of our government-provided national security apparatus. The practical side of the brain is all for it. It's all for it. The idealistic side of the brain is saying, why did it have to reach this point? But to the Tunapuna Police Station Community Council and to the people of Tunapuna, I believe I said it before and I will say it again. I applaud you for taking the initiative, for not just hoping that the politicians will do something about it, but looking to do something for yourselves that is within the bounds of reason and legality, and not some vigilantism. Let's just shoot back at the criminals ourselves. Bit more responsible, because it also is an initiative that does support the TTPS. And at the end of the day, they're not all bad. Let's not forget that. Moving on to the next story. This is one that I haven't necessarily covered in detail, in part because I feel as though there's a lot that we don't know. And I mean, the basics that have been said to the public, if true, it's so extreme, I'm actually hesitant to just give it the credence that it probably is true. Because essentially, the whole terrestrial development situation is the fact that the AHTC says that the work is not up to scratch and the contractor has to pay for it. But now, I'm not entirely sure exactly how much money the contractor is going to get based on the fact that this was done on a design, build, finance situation. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be entitled to money. Apparently, he was supposed to secure capital for the project with the issuance of a bond. Didn't do that. Somehow the project went ahead. There are a lot of questions with regards to this project. The main one, of course, is how did it reach this point? Now, apparently, the contractor, he has other government contracts, but this terrestrial development project is 72 million. He has other projects in the tune of 7 million. Is it that he took on work that he could not scale up his operations to properly carry out? In which case, while not necessarily an excuse, to some extent, and I'm splitting hairs here, in a very small way, it's understandable. Or at least, potentially, there was no bad faith motivations here. There could still be, if he potentially was not able to deal with the scope of the project, did not have the capacity. His operations were not large enough to deal with the scope of the project, and he knew that, and he bid for and won and undertook the project anyway, then that potentially would be a bad faith situation. But I don't know if that's true. Maybe he does have the capacity to do it. The reason why his other contracts are so small is most of his work crews, most of his operations were essentially put aside for this project. Fine. But again, at the end of the day, we the people need to ask, not him, the HDC asked him, We don't ask him. That's not who we, the people, ask. We ask the HDC. How did you allow it to get this bad? Now, to some extent, I am grateful that they tried to abort the project and not just let it go to its completion and then try to sweep the whole situation under the rug, and then the poor people who might look to occupy those homes have a whole set of problems that they themselves may end up having to pay. Although, given the current media environment, I don't think that would have happened, because I don't think it would have been allowed to happen quite like that in that worst case scenario. But at the same time, we've reached the point where apparently, I'm not entirely sure, it's estimated that the project is at $112 million. Was $112 million, that is, you know, the contract initially was $72 million, now it's estimated to be $112. Is that money already spent by the contractor? Now, if the HDC is going to tell us that he is just going to absorb all the money he paid for, then all right, fine. But I'm not entirely sure. Apparently, he's going to be paid money minus the cost to repair. But then if some of it is being knocked down or demolished, because they're going to demolish more than half, what does that mean? To what extent will we enforce the rules? And to what extent is it his fault or is it the HDC's fault? We have to ask that question. Where did this go wrong? And then, is this a sign of greater issues with procurement? Because there was the report from the procurement regulator. There were a lot of questions, not necessarily a lot of details, because apparently there are those within government and people who have served within government or that area of finance in the country who apparently are more than happy to just accept that there are some things we can't trace. Because I guess our accounting and bookkeeping of national funds, we don't necessarily have a standard to track. I'm not saying we're going to perfectly track every single cent, but why are we willing to just say, oh, we can't find millions or billions of dollars? Is this another form of complacency? And now the HDC is like, right, so we were complacent, something went wrong, we can't be complacent anymore because the situation is already bad and it's going to get worse, because I suspect the contractor will not want to have to foot a $112 million bill, which is why it's important to find out whose fault is it. Because if it's not his fault, I'm not saying that that's likely to be the case, but, you know, we don't necessarily have all the details about how everything went down. Hence, again, why we have to ask whose fault is it. We need some sort of exercise to get to the truth of the matter, because if it's not his fault, that's a hell of a bill to pay. Which is why my default position on a lot of these things is, I hope somebody takes this matter to court. And that's just the bottom line. Not that I think one side or the other I believe to be guilty. I don't know who's guilty of what. I just hope that somebody will take this matter to court and that it will be properly ventilated and we'll get a proper decision. And that, unfortunately, is my default position on things like this now, regardless of who may or may not be right or wrong. If the state is wrong, we ought to pay. If the state is right, whoever has to pay. But it's a hell of a way to live. It's a hell of a way to live. Why? Why are we here? Was it like this in the old time days? Maybe it was. I don't know. Or maybe we just got too complacent. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we should have the ASP. Stay tuned.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Nah, you don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploited the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot have a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man is being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
I'm back here. I'm talking about the WSN, the Content Capital Show. Michael Small here once again. Of course, we are going back to the topic of crime and the policing because we are joined by our TTPS Media Ambassador, ASP Ashraf Ali. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sean.
Now, before we get into the topic that you are here to speak about, I do have to ask, I spoke at length about the situation with the removal of the leadership of the Tobago Division, or the reshuffling of the Tobago Division of the TTPS. A move which I find is, okay, out of context, if you say it's warranted, fine, but when you compare to decisions made across the country, seems to be more extreme than any other situation across the landscape of our national security apparatus. So one of the things that I want to double check now, because I could be wrong, so, were there other division heads reshuffled about as part of this exercise, or is it just for the most part the heads of the Tobago Division? So,
based on the recent promotion of the Assistant Commissioners of Police and the Senior Superintendents of Police, there was a reshuffle across the board. The executive of Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, based on the promotion, thought it necessary to make adjustments in certain areas. Tobago was one of them. I know there was a lot of publicity and a lot of outcry and a lot of speculation as to why. I don't have any definite answer why it was done. I guess the commissioner and the executive would have made a decision in utilizing the manpower resources in the most appropriate manner. So there was some changes across the board.
How much of an issue is contempt brought on by familiarity? I'm not entirely sure exactly why they phrase it that way, but essentially familiarity. An officer might be too familiar with the people in the area that he's policing, and then it might affect his work.
Sometimes we go to the extreme to use these type of scenarios. So I will just throw a spin into it. Yes, the senior officers who are in Tobago are Tobagonians. Mm-hmm. So are we saying that familiarity, on the context of familiarity, so then it means that all the officers in Trinidad and Tobago who are Trinidadians should not be working in Trinidad because we have familiarity with being in Trinidad? It is not, there's a lot of speculation and a lot of argument behind it that holds no, in my opinion, doesn't really hold any weight. Reason being, these are members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. At some point in time, officers who reside in Trinidad can go across Tobago to work and vice versa. You have a larger population in Trinidad as compared to that of Tobago. So they will always have an imbalance.
Now, of course, when these transfers are made, it's one thing to go say you go from one division in Trinidad to another division in Trinidad. When you shift to Tobago, you're basically uprooting people. I assume you're not flying to your job every day.
Exactly, but there are contingencies put in place for officers who go to Tobago to work and those who are in Tobago and come to Trinidad to work. So there are contingencies. Those are internal policies that we have in place to provide some level of accommodation for officers.
Now, you have been a part of the security arrangements for National Carnival that's usually held at the start of each year. Tobago is having their carnival celebration coming up. I think this is the second. This might be the second.
Well, I think this, if I'm not mistaken, it might be the third.
Might be
I think they did not have one. I think it was last year or something. There was a gap.
Okay. Yeah. So the point is they're having this now. ACP Hazel would have been part of the prep for the security arrangements. Now he's been reassigned, there's new people coming in, and one would imagine if the argument is issues, familiarity bringing issues, we potentially have a new leadership who are not familiar with what's going on. Is there any concern about that?
They may or may not be familiar with Tobago, but they will be familiar with managing major events of this nature.
Okay.
Right? And the officers who are there have have that level of experience. Together with when they go to Tobago, they are not doing it on their own in Tobago. They have the support mechanism in terms of Tobago. There's an infrastructure in place. There's a system already in place to manage major events of this nature in Tobago. So I don't want to put too much value into it at this point in time, right? it is not a burning issue for us in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. It's transitioning from one area to another. As many police officers know, you can be moved around or reshuffled within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service from division to division, even to Tobago, as the case may be. It's part of our understanding, and sometimes it works and it doesn't work. But that is not an issue for us right now, and this is what we are, as a law enforcement officer in Trinidad and Tobago, this is what we accept. It's a twin island we work, we live in, and we maybe at some point in time we may have to be called to go to Tobago to work, and if that is the case, we proceed.
Fair enough. Now, you're actually here to speak to us about road safety, and I would imagine that there are a lot of concerns. I myself actually, I don't know if this is pertinent to the discussion, but I saw in America a video recently, I don't know if the video is recent, of a young boy getting a warning from the police, and then the same officer had to lament when he arrived at a scene a couple hours later. That car was wrecked and the occupants were killed because he tried to tell the boy, don't look to impress your dates. It's not worth it. You know, slow down in some Mustang or something, right? And, you know, it reached the point where all he could do is just lament the fact that he tried to speak to him before. My takeaway was, maybe with regards to road safety, we should be enforcing our laws and not just giving out warnings. But you know how the public are, oh God, give me a blind now, oh God, ease me up now.
You know, we had this conversation on several occasions about enforcement of the laws.
Yes.
And the sad thing about road safety and the consequence of persons not adhering or driving with due care and attention on the road is that you don't pay a ticket alone. If you get a ticket, you should be glad.
Yes.
Because you have an opportunity of life. There are many who don't have that opportunity. And that is the sad part about it. That incident, you just speak there, even though it's in a foreign country, that stop, that officer would have stopped. And in Trinidad, when we stop drivers on the road and give them a warning or give them a ticket, that may have been that could have been the opportunity you have to live another day. Because you may have been going down a particular path, and because the police officers intervened and stopped you on the road, you may not have caused an accident, or you may not have been involved in an accident, or may not have been a fatality in an accident. We don't know.
I mean, the only silver lining is I believe it was a single car accident.
Yes.
But now to what extent did the passenger, right? Because that's usually how it goes. It's one thing for the driver who is reckless to face consequences. But what about the other people? In this case, there was no other car, but the passenger was there. I don't know to what extent she condoned his actions. So, we had a situation, right?
So we do have the challenges here where we have passengers in all types of vehicles sometimes fail to tell the driver, hey, you're driving too fast, slow down, my life is in your hands too, you know. Do we do that as citizens? Maybe yes, maybe no. But we have to deal with it. And that is where you have to put your life and your safety at paramount importance. So if it is that a driver is driving reckless on the road, bring it to their attention. Driver, you're doing X, Y, and Z, and I'm not tolerating this, you know, because your life, my life is in your hands because you are driving reckless.
Yeah, but you know, some people, I mean, it happens to me, not like I have a lot of friends who drive recklessly, but the few times where I feel the need to bring it up, there is a level of, well, you know, you feel awkward to say something, you might not want to say it, and you know.
I have.
What would you tell people that are reluctant?
I have a saying right now, I just continue to say, that the only time you can complain is when you're alive, right? So complain about the driver driving bad, because you may not have that opportunity, and I want people to understand that. It's a split second of a decision making that could be the final decision. So when you look at our data, when I have some data here, which is very alarming at this point in time. In 2023, we had 20 pedestrians involved in fatal accidents. 20. However, in 2024, as of September 11th, we have 36. That is an 80% increase in pedestrian accidents on the roads of Trinidad and Tobago.
This is vehicles hitting pedestrians?
Yes. 80% increase as it pertains to victims, pedestrians. We have accidents on the highways, right, that contribute to accidents. So it's not only highways alone.
Yesterday I saw a couple walking on the median, that little concrete strip in between the two lanes of the highway. And I thought, well, if anything happened and one of them kind of tripped and fell or stumbled and fell to the side, that would be it. So no one was speeding, but even at like 80 kilometers an hour, if someone just falls in front of you,
at 40,
yeah, stopping fast enough.
At 40 or 50 kilometers an hour on the highway, and that vehicle impact with you, let's be realistic. That's metal against bones and flesh. Who's going to lose out? The metal?
Has any of these accidents involved the vendors that populate some of the traffic lights?
Not at this point in time, because I know last week a caller did in fact.
And I did notice it.
Yes.
There was it was almost like if you had like a squad.
Yeah.
It was one had the plantain chips, one had the juice, the water, and they had it for both sides. But it was like 10 of them at least.
So number of these accidents were persons were crossing the highways at varying times, and you're crossing the highways. You remember there's a game called Leapfrog. You remember
Frogger. Yeah.
And you had to keep on crossing the highway.
Yeah.
It's like that. You're crossing the 3 lanes, and now the lanes are now being expanded to include another lane. Right?
So it's more dangerous.
So it's much more dangerous.
But even on the savannah, there was somebody who was kind of walking around the savannah, and I'm like, at least have some urgency to get out of my way. Because the irony was, I'm trying to figure out, are you going to cross and be to my left or my right? I'm trying to avoid him, and he's kind of walking in a diagonal that's kind of leaving it up in the air for me. I'm like, what are you doing? And then the other day, yesterday there was a pedestrian just before Charlotte Street. He caused traffic in front of me. I don't know he's there, so I'm not expecting someone to just stop in the middle of the road. And it's only when they kind of move around him, I realize, oh, that's why.
And there are in fact road crossing, zebra crossing, that we put in there for a specific reason for you to cross at those locations.
Traffic lights around the savannah.
And we still have pedestrians still not utilizing it. No, notwithstanding all of that, there's a lot of argument that there's a lot of argument of not enough in certain areas. So I could take that argument and go with it as far as I would want to. But at the end of the day, the zebra crossings and the crossing zones are there for a particular reason. It's to protect the pedestrian as well as the driver, because when you're approaching these crossing zone, is that they need to slow down to avoid that. Now on the highways, there was a lot of over the years still had a number of fatalities on the highways where persons were crossing the highways. They have crossovers, but how many persons actually utilizing the crossovers? We have a culture in Trinidad that it is too far to walk, so we rather run across the highway.
Like by Cocorit, I think.
Yeah.
They have what, 1 or 2 cross? There's at least 1, right?
We have observed pedestrians crossing under the walkover.
Wait, what?
Yes, crossing under the walkover. So because they find it is too difficult to use the walkover.
I would imagine on a practical level, why would running across a highway, having to cross a concrete barrier while not falling, because you don't have enough room, you don't have a good margin of error when you're trying to jump that barrier of safe ground on both sides of it, to then have to cross another highway. And listen, we know how some train drivers are, right? Even if they're within the speed limit, they're still going to drive close to the speed limit. And as you said, even at 40 and 50, you know, if the car has enough space to see you come in. But in certain areas, the traffic is constant.
If you use, for those persons who did science in school, physics in school, momentum, you're crossing, vehicle moving, the acceleration and the impact, that is going to cause some problem. Because
is it the driver's responsibility to look out for random pedestrian on a highway? I can understand if it's a side street. I can understand if it's a neighborhood street, you know, somewhere in St. James, somewhere in Digger Martin, somewhere in Cascade.
It's very interesting, and it's very interesting that how you phrase that, because that has been the narrative of many persons who keep on calling and who keep on saying that the driver is at fault. The driver should have drove more carefully. He should have known the person who was driving the road. But at the end of the day, some of these individuals crossed at particular locations where the lighting is not the best.
Yeah.
Right. They have dark color clothing on. When you're driving on the road and I don't put, you're not really paying attention.
But even during the day, I am on the highway. This is a highway. I can't drive at 40 or 30, you know, just in case a pedestrian randomly decides to cross. It's a highway. At some point, it'll be unsafe for me to drive too slow. So I have to at least go, you know, somewhere between 70 to 90, you know, kind of keep up with the other cars and not cause like a buildup of traffic or what have you. So how am I, and again, even at reasonable speeds that are not close to the speed limit, right? The highway is going to have constant traffic, which means that if you cross, there is a car that's coming right there. They're not 40 meters away. They are right there.
So, so those challenges, we continue trying to educate through our road traffic enforcement and education programs, through the traffic management and our traffic enforcement. But at the same time, we also have the other side of it now, where we have main roads.
Mm-hmm.
You have children who, from schools, we have a culture of children, they just walking across the road. Even downtown Port of Spain, you see people just crossing the road and you're adamant to the driver have to stop. So you just step out in the road and the driver is proceeding just as proceeding. It have persons, you observe persons crossing the streets on a green traffic light at the no crossing, at the zebra crossings. On a green traffic light.
That is to say, the road they're crossing, traffic is clear to come now.
Right. So, I don't know if pedestrians know.
Yes, I wanted to ask their liability when they do things like this.
Good. Under the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, when an accident occurs where a pedestrian is culpable and the driver is not, so in case that we cross in front of a vehicle where you're not supposed to cross, for insurance purposes, if that person should get injured, there's something called heedless to traffic. It's a classification to indicate level of culpability for accidents. And this is only for an accident, It's not an offense, it's not a charge or anything.
Right.
It's to classify accidents.
For liability.
For liability. If you are classified as the driver was right in the accident in the case that or his culpability was less than yours, you have nothing to get from the insurance, you know.
Right. For medical. Your medical insurance is not going to pay out.
No, the insurance, the vehicle insurance.
Or the vehicle insurance, yeah.
You have nothing to get.
Yeah.
You can also be subjected to a civil court matter where the driver of that vehicle now can sue you for damages
to his vehicle. Because I wanted to know.
Because you contributed to or was as a result of your negligence and your inaction, your carelessness caused that driver to get an accident.
Because we spoke about this.
Yes.
Right? Now on the surface, if the pedestrian survives because the car hits him, there's still potentially damage to the car. yes, metal beats flesh, but it'll still damage metal.
Yes.
And the driver, why should he have to pay to fix his car because it's your fault? But it goes beyond that, because then there's the potential, and this is really what I think a lot of these pedestrians don't understand. They might not understand that, but we've spoken about this before, because I think there was a situation on the highway a few months ago. Pedestrian randomly crosses your road. Car tries to not hit them because the driver is reasonable.
Yes.
Hits another car, potentially causing an even worse accident that will involve more people, more cars being damaged, but more importantly, the violent situation, you could get a traffic pile up. Multiple cars, multiple victims, not just one or two.
Yeah.
And then now, would the pedestrian be liable for that?
Could be liable, right? And there's a strong case, because what would have contributed to that accident? The pedestrian crossing the highway. But sometimes, based on but the situation is right now is that the reason why sometimes that it doesn't always go that route is because the pedestrian pays the ultimate price in some of these situations.
They die outright. Yeah.
They lose their life.
Yeah.
What else could you do?
Because even if the first car swerves, either the accident or an oncoming car behind the first car could still...
Yeah. So just on another note, we continue to talk about enforcement, and one thing we would keep reinforcing is that the police like to give you tickets, and the police too wicked. Why didn't you keep on warning? But just imagine, seatbelts we have been talking about seatbelt for a number of years. It has been a ticketable offense for some time now.
Yeah.
It's continuous. Seatbelts save lives. There's a lot of narratives out there, a lot of safety requirements. Seatbelts save lives. Still, we have 14,276 tickets issued for seatbelts.
And seatbelt is not just if you're driving fast, it's also if someone who's driving fast hits you, correct?
Exactly. So, where you have control over something, your personal safety, you are still insisting of not wearing seatbelts.
I don't get it
and
myself.
We keep reinforcing, and we keep blaming the police of doing more. We are doing as much as we can do, but when you have a number of persons still insisting that I do not want to wear a seatbelt, I think we have reached a stage where as soon as you enter a vehicle, the vehicle tells you put on your seatbelt.
Yes.
So put on your seatbelt, please. I just wear my seatbelts even though I'm in uniform in my own personal vehicle. Because the vehicle said put on my seatbelt because it's part of my process.
Well, as you point out, it's not just because it's a law.
No.
It also has practical value.
Exactly. And these are type of things that we keep going on. So when you see the officers out there and they're stopping you and they're telling you about road safety, it is not that we just don't have nothing else to do with it. We just want to stop you and tell us and have a conversation with Sean Michael Smolino, right? Is that there are things that certain people overlook. And part of our program is also to educate and re-educate and reinforce. And sometimes when we have to reinforce via ticketing.
And let me go back to where it all started, because the example I gave was a young boy that he got a blight, he got a warning, he got let off. And then he was dead maybe not too long after, right? Potentially not that far away from where he got the warning, because the same officer was able to respond to that scene as well, right? And to some extent now, I mean, his fellow officers understood, are you okay? Because he at the very least will start potentially to question his own judgment. And therein lies the question. Because I'm sure a lot of parents will be like, oh God, he's just a young boy, give him a blinder. Like, what would you say to parents that might want to have their kids not have to deal with a speeding ticket when they're young?
Well, I hope that many of them have been stopped by police officers, or get the opportunity to be stopped by police officers to give them a warning or heed them to what they are doing, right? And take the warning as take the stop as a check, and check yourself, right? Because if the situation continues, you may not be in a position. And now we have to understand sometimes the drivers of those vehicles in accidents, we don't know who's going to be the fatality or who get a serious injury. Sometimes the passengers suffer the consequence, and the drivers come out unscathed.
That would be a girlfriend or your wife,
right?
Or your child.
You have to understand that this is something that you will have to live for the rest of your life. If it is that you knew that you had that opportunity to change the manner in which you drive, be more cautious on the road, be more responsible, because your family was in the vehicle, and because of how you were driving, your family died. Right? At the end of the day, when someone gets lost their life in a road traffic accident or fatality, get in a collision when they're crossing the road, notwithstanding that the person was wrong, notwithstanding that it's a life going to be lost, families are impacted. So both the driver have to understand. You have to have a level of cautious, be a little more cautious on the road with an anticipation that these things that may happen, and be in a position to probably react, right? Sometimes it might not be perfect, right? As well as the pedestrians who are choosing to cross at particular locations, because of whatever reason, they have to understand they are taking a risk, and that risk, the ultimate risk and the value or the consequence, of that ultimate risk is your life.
And well, this is not Frogger or Need for Speed. There's no reset button. And with that said, let's take a break, and we'll be right back. We'll open up the phone line. Stay tuned to talk about the WSN after this.
Transform your home with PCU Plus. From stylish furniture to the latest appliances, we have everything you need to create your perfect space. At PCU Plus, we offer fair prices and affordable financing options that are cheaper than hire purchase agreements. With convenient locations in San Fernando, Tobago, Arima, and our lifestyle showroom in Barataria, you're never far from the best deals. Visit PCU Plus today and discover why we're the top choice for quality furniture and appliances. PCU Plus. Quality you trust, prices you'll love. Visit one of our locations or find us online to start transforming your home today.
And we're back here on Talking Point and WSND Content Capital. Of course, the conversations off air sometimes are insightful. Can't necessarily always, don't necessarily want to cast any shadows or aspersions on people. But the speeding culture in TNT at the end of the day, perhaps it's too widespread and we need to rethink certain things. With that said, we open up the phone lines here. We want to hear from you, the viewer. We have a call on the line ready. Good morning, caller, you on here? Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sean.
Morning.
Good morning, ASP Ali.
Morning, sir.
ASP Ali, I want to address this issue with Sean and this transfer of the two senior officers in Tobago. Sean, let me say this to you.
This
is not anything. One of the recent promotees in the promotion, and Ramasa to ACP, he not so recently was in Tobago. He was sent to Tobago and sent back. This is a normal thing. I dare say, this was created by the media, because of, I suppose, of the unusual amount of murders in Tobago for this year. So the media were the ones that spoke to Hazel and Cook, and then they spoke to other prominent people in Tobago who are commentators, and this has and you have jumped on it. This is a media storm. This is not anything new that the police service has not been doing for eons, transferring officers in and out. Look, recently, where the public had an issue with it in San Fernando when they moved what's his name? Mr. Smith. When they moved Mr. Smith from the Southern Division into is that Northeastern? I'm not too sure what division.
Not Central.
Not Central.
Not
North. And the business people and some of the people in San Fernando were upset that they moved him. So because this is a normal thing that happens in the service. So this is not an issue. This is the politicians and the what you call it and the media, because you mentioned Father Augustine's comments on it. Now let me say something else quickly, Sean. With respect to the what you were speaking about, the road safety, I think it's time the TTPS implements a new division, not a unit, a division called the Highways Division, and have it as a dedicated division operate, because Trinidad and Tobago, especially on the highways in Trinidad, this is really a lawless society. People, the drivers in this country, do not adhere to the rules of the road. Look, on Saturday, Sean, I am coming up the creek, ASPRE, and there are 4 brand new pickups, 4x4s, that were racing at night, coming up the creek about 8 o'clock in the night. I was so upset. One of them actually took the shoulder to pass me because he couldn't squeeze through to catch the other guys. And this is the level, and these are TEEs and TEFs and TEGs. I look at the numbers. This is the level of stupid of drivers in this country. I don't understand. They probably don't understand the gravity. They hired on a car. It's easier for them to turn over, and this is over and over and over and over in this country. Don't care how much. This is a society police. They only understand law and order when they are made to pay. And it's about time. I would hope the SPLE would express my wishes to the commissioner that try and look at putting a dedicated division, a highways division, because it's happening from the time when the speed limit went to 100 kilometers, everything was going fast. Because they were saying 80 was too slow. It's still going 150 and 160. They're still passing people. Last week I went up the highway and somebody passed on the shoulder again because they couldn't get their way. They couldn't pass when they wanted to pass, so the shoulder. Too much in this country. So we need a highways division to deal with people like this.
Thank you, caller. Actually, I made the comment to the SP about SUVs driving what I assume to be somewhere between 140 to 160. All I know is that they were overtaking me. I was either at 90 or 100. They're overtaking me, and they're not slowly overtaking me. And it's the same thing. High cars, they're not that stable. If it was like some sort of Mercedes that's low on the ground, then maybe I would kind of understand it's not totally reckless. But
Yeah, well, is having awareness of your vehicle at the same time.
Yeah.
And the caller indicated about highways division. We do in fact have the traffic and highway patrol division. So this is all the data from the traffic and highway patrol.
Oh, it's an actual division?
Yeah, traffic and highway patrol
Okay.
division. However, the expanse and the responsibility across the divisions where incidents and accidents happen, it may need a little more.
Right. It's not like it's its own division as a full.
It is a section by itself, right?
I know that, but what I'm saying, it might not be like a full, like how you have.
Yeah, because they do have the level of risk. See, but the thing about it is that is where these errand drivers are occurring. It occurs across the 10 divisions and in different areas. So the highway patrol has responsibility for all the highways, managing all the highways. That's why you see them on the highways, taking limit all the highways. But down on the creek, at particular time, that's not a new phenomenon. We even have had incidents. So on the foreshore, persons were dragging on the foreshore.
I think part of the problem is, all of the groups that want to tell people about roadblocks and where the police are. Yes. That also could affect. We do have Dabadi on the line. I'll respond to Mr. Sanfano's comments on the transfers after. Dabadi, good morning. You on here?
Yes, good morning, Sean.
Morning.
We ourselves, Sally, morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you all doing? Nice to see you this morning.
Go ahead, brother.
There are so many. You hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yeah, there are so many other issues on, and for other media houses to pick up a transfer of a police officer. Anyhow, to create for good management. People when you stay in one position for too long get complacent. The person who we're talking about was served Trinidad and Tobago. And he might be better serving the police in Trinidad. And a transfer is the commissioner's he has the free will to transfer any of our officers at any time to any place. So I see that as a really, really non-issue, and a lot is making a big hullabaloo about it. Yes, Ali, I always try to bring problems when I speak to you. When last did we have like a 0% tolerance? All offenses, both minor and serious crime, as real 0% tolerance, a tail light.
Very interesting.
Going through a red light would. You see, the thing about it is that, and I'll draw one last reference shown before, and this worked in New York. Sometime I was attending John Jay at that time. It's all around 1995. It might have been under Commissioner Braxton. I think Dinkins was just demitting office. But it worked. You jump into inside, you get one. And sometimes when you attack these smaller, or what we call minor offenses, you will be able, sometimes you do get some of the big fishes. So, wonderful program as usual. A special morning to my San Fernando friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller, before you go, I'll just ask you one question. Would you support a zero tolerance?
If I will support who?
A zero tolerance.
Yes, because I would get one too.
So I would say, and this is what we continue to say, if you would support a zero tolerance, this is a plea I'm asking the public now. If you all want a zero tolerance, come out and ask for a zero tolerance.
Well, I'm asking for it through this medium.
Good. And I would like...
I think he means the rest of the public.
I want the rest of the public to come out. I want you all to come out in your communities. I want you all to come out in your groups.
Well, I live in a community
and
that
ask,
we have not...
And ask the police to take a zero tolerance approach to some of these issues. Specifically, we could start from the the traffic enforcement, because when you lose lives in this nature, where we have some level of control, because we have some level of control because of the fact that if we can control the manner in which you drive, and you deal with the road traffic accidents and incidents on the roads, we'll have some level of enforcement of the laws. So I am 100% supportive of it, and I would love if the Trinidad and Tobago could come out and ask us to do a zero tolerance and give us that support for zero tolerance.
Let's start it on this station, WESN, and let's go from there, because I'm in total agreement with you. Gentlemen, have a pleasant day. Good program as usual.
Thank you very much. I mean, so I assume so with the professor, so with Mr. Blanchet would be in total agreement.
I would love to see using the narrative on the calling programs and things is good.
Yeah.
But on the ground,
it needs to be more.
We need for it to come. You see the particular type of groups. It have groups like the Arrive always asking for zero tolerance. So,
okay,
so they're on board. I'm talking about other groups and other vehicle groups, traffic. You understand? Associations.
Advocacy groups.
Yes.
Yeah. We have San Fernando on the line. Good morning, caller. You on here? Caller?
Hello? Yes?
Hi, go ahead, caller.
Go ahead.
Yes, you're on the air.
Are you a policeman?
Yes, you could go ahead. You're on the air with me and ASP Ali.
Is reversing onto a main road an offense?
Yes, sir, it is. Especially if you're reversing.
So why don't you all stop this thing? Because everybody reverses onto the main road.
Very well, and
is it by you, sir? Is it by your... Is it by you, a situation in your community you're speaking about?
It's in all of Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
Wherever you go, people park their car, and reverses onto the main road everywhere.
So the way it is structured, there is a caveat with respect to it, which is very subjective, is reversing for unreasonable distance.
Listen.
Right, so
the roads are no different. The roads are no different to England and America.
No. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with you, sir. I'm just highlighting another issue, and I'm just sharing more information with you. That it is called reversing from an unreasonable distance. And yes, if you're coming out of a compound and reversing onto the roadway, you must do so with some level of caution. Especially if you're coming from a compound and reversing onto the main road.
It causes a lot of problems.
It causes a lot of problem, but unfortunately, sir, when you look at how many of these compounds and where the business places are located and certain things, even residential areas, persons will reverse onto the roadways from particular compounds onto it. So it is. They would only realize how serious it is when an accident occurs.
Yeah.
Ah, right. Only when an accident occurs. Well, I will tell you, as a man who lived in England for many years, nobody in Trinidad parks the car properly and don't reverse back onto the road. Not even the policemen.
Thank you, caller. I actually thought he meant reversing from a side street into a main road. Because every now and then I see people kind of take shortcuts, and in my mind I'm like, I would never think to do this. Because there's always a chance of, well, first of all, the other drivers would probably frown on it, and then what if something goes wrong?
That is why a number of our drivers, and drivers on the whole, don't pay attention to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. Because we have what we call minor roads and major roads, and persons don't understand which is a minor and a major. What you can, and how to operate in an intersection, how to drive around a roundabout. There are a lot of roundabouts that are now being established, and persons still don't understand how to drive around a roundabout. Who has the right of way on a roundabout? Who does not have the right of way on a roundabout? Right, and it's education, educating persons in certain areas, and like I was mentioning earlier. they changed the laws to increase the speed limit on the highways up to 100 kilometers.
Yes.
But we fail to realize that you have 3 lanes.
And they will all...
And you all at, you can drive at 100 kilometers. There's nothing saying they can't drive. But you as a driver, and a driver need to understand that if I am driving 100, in order for me to overtake somebody who's driving at 100, I will have to speed up. Well, but it does not mean I have to speed up to 200 or 150 to overtake.
My thing is, right, if the driver in front of me is at the speed limit, and I'm supposed to only drive to the speed limit, why am I overtaking in the first place? This is what I couldn't understand when I'm on the road. I'm like, yes, I'm in the fast lane because the road generally tends to be the most stable there, right? Especially when you go to 2 lanes, the only other option might have bumps and whatever. If I drive at close to 100 and you want to overtake me, so you wanna overtake me to a drive at 100 in front of me?
But when we go to do our road regulation, there's a part in the road regulation and a area in it which says that keep left, except when overtaken. So, it implies that if you are not in a process of overtaking, always keep on left of the road. The extreme right is the overtaken lane. However, we always have arguments of this nature. Well, I have to overtake, so I have to speed up. We understand that. That is basic physics, right? 2 vehicles going down 100, if you have to pass the vehicle at 100, you have to speed up.
To be fair to some motorists, the cars on the left aren't driving to the speed limit.
However, what I'm saying, John, is that it does not say that there is the fast lane. There's no fast lane.
Right.
There is a right lane, which is the lane that's supposed to be clear for persons who are overtaken. But there are persons who keep on the left lane and continuously saying, I am overtaking everybody, and you're driving like if you're on the fast lane.
Well, what happens is, depending, because when I've gone down south a few times, the people on the left are driving, at anywhere between 60 to 80, which is fine, and I'm overtaking them at 100. My whole thing is, well, I'm at 100. So no one should technically be trying to overtake me.
So that is
because you can't. You overtake me to cruise at 100.
That is where we
How did you catch up to me?
So that is why we always have some. We continue to have some. In some circumstances, road rage on the highways, as well as indiscriminate type of driving, is because of the understanding on these highways.
Also, I tend to drive in the middle on when it's a 3-lane, but I do find for parts of the highway traffic lights, and then you have those left turns, so that fourth.
So
that makes it very tricky when the overtaking lane.
When I am driving, Sean, and anybody who close to my bumper, say, listen to me, I don't want nobody close to my bumper. I will pull aside. You go ahead because you see me.
Yeah.
The accident is not the issue, right? Is if I lose control and I
get involved in your accident.
Collide with someone else, and then the headache of going to have my vehicle repaired. I don't need all the headache. It is not going to take away anything from me. Pull aside, go to change my lane.
I don't just pull aside. I slow down. I want to make sure that the distance between me and him opens up as quickly as possible.
But just on the flip side, sometimes when I see a vehicle driving and I realize that they're coming at a very fast speed, that I am saying, that person, I understand what they're doing, I remain within the speed limit on the lane.
Yeah.
You slow down for me, please.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because the person who behind me, slow down, please.
Yeah.
Because the speed that you are going, I know you're going beyond 100.
Yeah.
So if nobody tell you, indirectly by me driving at my speed, you slow down, please.
Well, you're the police. I'm not the police. I'm not taking that chance. I want him to pass me as quickly as possible. That's my thing. We had to go. I did promise. I didn't intend to have a lot to say about it. I'll just say this. The politics of the day is affecting the police service, and I'm not just going to take that context and turn a blind eye to it. Now, that's point number one. There's more to the mortal than the pestle there, or whatever the saying is. And more importantly, yeah, you could say, well, Euler's only been there for 2 years, but I also pointed out with regards to the situation, because Mr. Dabidi, you pointed out as complacency, giving it some credence, that's fine, but with regards to the leadership in the Defense Force, other aspects of national security, why is it, okay, the reshuffle has a practical purpose, but yet we're keeping a commissioner because the government doesn't want to look bad with regards to the choice of commissioner? We don't reshuffle the head of the Defense Force or the head of the other services, but we reshuffle the heads of the police. We remove the head of Tobago just before Tobago Carnival. As much as, yes, professional police officers should be able to do it, that's not necessarily always the optimal decision to do it before an event. Why add an extra burden, no matter how insignificant, to a situation when it's not necessary? And Fale Augustine, he spoke on what the National Security Council said. If the National Security Council wants to give a public statement that says, no, we did not make the decision for those reasons, in a manner that I could believe it, because at that point it becomes a he said, she said, so they'll need to provide a bit more than just a statement, maybe, because the government has a perception deficit. It's hard to trust them and take them at their word for everything now, particularly with crime. But if they come out to refute it, at the very least a he said, she said, I'll have to take that into consideration. But until then, according to the Chief Secretary, unless he's outlined right, the National Security Council made a decision for those reasons. I don't think, however, it is just business as usual. Because we're extending someone who has not given us results. And we are in an election year. Let's not forget that. With that said, folks, thanks to all our callers. I do appreciate the criticisms on my take, because I won't say that it was unwarranted. But I still hold my ground and disagree with you. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be proven to be wrong in the future. With that said, thanks to the ASB for joining me. Make today a good day. As my colleague, Mr. Shah, would always say, remember your allegiance to the Republic and to each other. Stay safe out there. Be mindful of the crime and of the dengue, particularly if in the areas with the most dengue. We will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
And drive safe for now.
WESN.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there next to himself. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have 2. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
After the troops merged in September 1944, military commanders decided to include all of France's units into one cohesive army.
The idea was to quickly integrate the resistance fighters because we needed manpower. We had to merge the French army with those who came from the inside, those who had already come together on their own. There were fears they would become independent, so the goal was to unite them. And that's what General de Lattre called the amalgamation.
As troops merged, another change occurred within the French army. The whitewashing of colonial troops, which had already begun a few months earlier, with the creation of the 2nd Armored Division.
Whitewashing literally meant replacing African soldiers, mainly from sub-Saharan Africa, with white soldiers, hence the term whitewashing. When the French needed American support for arms and equipment to form the 2nd Armored Division, The Americans said it would be better if the unit wasn't made up of African soldiers.
The US military imposed racial segregation at home. It pressured the French to ensure that African soldiers didn't liberate cities like Paris because it was too symbolic.
But whitewashing didn't stop in Paris. As the front lines stalled in the Vosges Mountains that winter, colonial troops suffered from frostbite. The military command was quick to pull up to 20,000 African riflemen out of the French army.
The whitewashing operation was planned and decided, but on the ground it was largely improvised. They didn't have enough gear for the new French soldiers, so they ended up literally undressing the African riflemen to dress the replacements. There were no ceremonies or explanations. They were then rushed to the south as the war raged on, and that swap occurred right on the front lines.
These riflemen were excellent soldiers, experienced, yet they were replaced by resistance fighters who had no military training. The whitewashing of the army wasn't particularly welcomed by the French leadership.
Personally, I didn't even want to leave. I didn't want to abandon my comrades. I wanted to stay, but we had to leave and go south. Those were our orders.
Colonial troops endured more humiliation. They were sent to spend the winter in transit camps, just like their predecessors during World War I.
It was tough. The frustration of not being able to fight, combined with delayed pay, created tensions. Mutinies were a real concern. The military had a hard time keeping things in order. So the situation was difficult for the French army and for those affected.
Some were sent home only after the war had ended. The whitened French army continued its march to victory without them.
The French army entered Germany, unlike in World War I, and liberated cities like Stuttgart before stopping in Innsbruck, Austria. This gave France legitimacy, militarily and politically.
Without the success of the Provence landing, General de Lattre wouldn't have been there when Germany surrendered on May 8, 1945.
Cette fois, c'est bien fini. Le rideau tombe. Français, avec nos alliés anglais, américains et russes, nous signons la fin de la tragédie.
C'est nous les Africains qui arrivons de loin.
Although the French army was whitewashed, General de Gaulle knew that colonial troops played a key role in the liberation. On the 18th of June 1945, as France regained its sovereignty, all combat units paraded in Paris without any distinction of color.
La guerre, c'est pas une bonne chose, hein.
War is ugly. You kill people, and if you don't, they kill you. It's ugly. But why did the Germans come to take France, our France? We just had to defend it.
Le cœur joyeux et l'âme fière d'avoir libéré le pays en criant, en chantant, en avant.
На самом деле жизнь здесь обустраивается легко.
для меня, потому что я фигурист. Вот, и так оказалось, что в Сербии я профессиональный мужчина-фигурист, единственный в стране. Вот, и я только когда пришел на каток, когда начал работать, сразу же в первый день ко мне подходят, говорят: Вадим, можете ли вы, пожалуйста, поднять наших детей на тройные прыжки на такой специальной лонже? Я такой: давайте. Вот, и поэтому я как бы уже сразу с самого начала начал знакомиться с сербами, вот, настраивать с ними какое-то взаимодействие. И поэтому для меня оно довольно прошло легко.
Мы уехали сознательно, и я могу даже сказать, по идеологическим причинам. Мы прям, как-то мы несколько дней после 24 февраля пытались вообще понять, что происходит, и где-то в начале марта мы решили, что мы уезжаем. Мы уехали в середине мая, и 2 месяца жили в Албании. Но не спрашивайте, не задавайте вопросов, почему. Вот. И в середине июля мы приехали в Сербию. И как так получилось, что очень спокойно мы себя здесь почувствовали и безопасно. И решили, что отличное место, надо оставаться.
Очень многие приехали просто куда глаза глядят, и все. И этот стресс, обычно в нем люди травмируются, и вот когда происходит такого уровня стресс, тебе тяжело социализироваться в целом. То есть прям я даже наблюдаю, что есть и русские, которые не общаются с русскими даже. То есть они просто здесь как-то вот присели, вот они уже год сидят на чемоданах и ждут, что их куда-то еще релоцируют или они отправятся. Мне кажется, что в этом дело.
Once again, the only thing we want to know is, where are our children? They took them alive.
Ten years ago, 43 Mexican students brutally disappeared. Among them were young professors in training from the school of Ayotzinapa. Since then, their loved ones and students of the school have been keeping their memory alive. But when they try to understand who is behind this massacre, they come up against a wall of silence. They now have one hope: that Claudia Sheinbaum's new government will finally shed some light on this dark tragedy.
Revisited on France 24 and France24.com. On France24.com, click live. Find the stories you want to watch or to read about. Live news 24 hours a day in 4 languages. Explore the topics that captivate you. Are you looking for the latest news or to watch a show on demand? Follow us. Live international news is just a click away. Liberté, égalité, actualité. France 24, your economy explained. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Hello, you're watching Around the World on France 24. I'm Nadia Massi. The headlines today. A suspect in custody in the wake of an apparent second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in just 9 weeks. An AK-47 style weapon found at his golf club in Florida. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Rome for talks on human trafficking and migration with the far-right leader there, Giorgia Meloni. This as Germany begins random checks at its borders as part of efforts to crack down on migration. And 2 years after the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody, we ask, how has Iran changed? And what's the legacy of the woman life freedom movement? Welcome. An assassination attempt on Donald Trump at a rally in July was an extraordinary moment in the American election campaign. A second apparent attempt on his life just 9 weeks later is truly unprecedented. The FBI says a man is in custody this Monday after an AK-47 style weapon was recovered at Trump's golf club in Florida. Trump was not injured, and media reports have named the suspect as 58-year-old Ryan Ruth. With the details, here's Matthew Mary Karushat.
Just hours after a suspected second assassination attempt on former U.S. President Donald Trump, law enforcement officials arrested a suspect. U.S. media report that Ryan Ruth was captured after Secret Service agents opened fire on a gunman carrying an AK-47 style rifle near the boundary of Trump's Florida golf course. Police have been searching the properties of Ruth, a former resident of North Carolina who has been living as a self-employed affordable housing builder in Hawaii since 2018. A staunch political activist, Ruth has voiced opinions both supportive of and critical of Trump. One cause dear to his heart, however, has been the war in Ukraine, as he recently spent months in the country supporting the resistance against the Russian invasion. Here he is talking about Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2022.
Putin is a terrorist, and he needs to be ended, so we need everybody from around the globe to stop what they're doing and come here now and support the Ukrainians to end this war.
Ruth is suspected of being the person who hid in shrubbery with a rifle, scope, and camera near the area where Trump was golfing. Secret Service agents were clearing holes ahead of Trump when they spotted a rifle barrel. The agents opened fire, but the person fled in a black car before being apprehended on the highway. The FBI has said the incident appears to be an assassination attempt. Nonetheless, Trump posted statements in seemingly good spirits that evening, praising law enforcement for their work and saying he would never surrender to people trying to stop him and his supporters.
Well, today, more details are emerging about the suspect, Ryan Ruth, including that he had travelled to Ukraine to support the war effort there. With more information on that, here's our reporter Catherine Norris-Trent, who is in Kyiv.
We know from his social media accounts and pictures that have emerged of him that he was extremely passionate about the Ukrainian cause. He travelled to Ukraine. He was pictured in front of a display of international flags that actually was standing here in Maidan, the Independence Square, a few years back, and he posted this on social media. Now, he seems to have made a lot of claims about wanting to help volunteers come to Ukraine and join in the fight after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. But actually, from people I've been speaking to here, a lot of doubt is being cast on the claims of Ryan Ruth. In fact, the International Legion, which is composed of international members, people who've come from abroad to join up, said that he has never served for them. And I'm also going to quote you from a member of the ground operations team here in Ukraine, who was the officer of the Foreigners Coordination Department, said that occasionally he contacted them with some ideas to try and collaborate. But no cooperation took place because, I'm quoting this official, his plans and ideas are best described as delusional. I've been in contact also with other people in the armed forces, some of them who've been serving for a couple of years now, some of them international volunteers themselves. And again, I'm going to quote to you from a message that I received from one of them who said, all he did was run around presenting laughable schemes to the public in order to live out his sick fantasies during war. So there's not a lot of credibility given to his claims from people I've spoken to so far in Ukraine. I have tried to contact the International Volunteer Center, which some articles claim he was involved in establishing. So far I've had no response from them, but clearly the Ukrainian cause was something that Ryan Routh liked to try and champion. The reality, though, may have been somewhat different.
WESN.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Welcome to the program, everybody here on WESN. On this edition of the program, our guest is Ms. Nicole O. Alexander. She describes herself as a clinical administrative dietitian. We'll get to what she does for a living in a moment, but the discussion, as you would see, is called Managing Bipolar Disorder. This is said to be characterized by periods of depression and periods of abnormally elevated mood that each lasts for days to weeks. It is usually called manic depressiveness, and it causes unusual shifts in a person's mood. Ms. Alexander has been living with the effects of bipolar disorder for some time. She's been motivated by these very experiences to talk about it and its effects on the life she sometimes continues to live. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for taking having the courage to come and talk about this. You're a graduate of the University of the West Indies, of the Lockjack Business School. You to the Caribbean Food and Nutrition Institute in the West Regional Health Authority, stuff like that. So you are into food and food stuff. Let's talk a little bit about that. I'm calling it food stuff, but what I mean, all the things having to do with nutrition.
Right, so for correction, it's not food and food stuff, right?
Right.
It's nutrition and dietetics.
Right.
Dietetics is the science of food and what food does for us. Because as one of my lecturers, Dr. Nichols, he has said, he's at UE, we were all once nutrients. So nutrients along with genetic makeup, so it's not food stuff, right. It's dietetics. Yes,
so
I've been...
I mean, in the normal parlance, if we talk about food stuff, I mean, that may be a corruption of what the term really is, right?
Yes,
so, but there's no such thing as food stuff, that's what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah. What's that? No such thing as what?
Food stuff.
Food stuff?
In a real sense.
No, when it comes to, no. The way how it comes across, because having experience, as I said, I'm 52 years old, having experience when you hear someone is working as a dietitian or anyone who is working in the field of nutrition and dietetics. So we have cooks, we may have food service workers. They are usually looked as the last rung in the healthcare sector, which food should be, just as medicine, should be treated as top tier.
Yeah. All right, so you've been, should I say living with, I said that in the opening, with the effects of bipolar disorder for some time now. You've been motivated to talk about the experiences and to talk about it, sort of demystify it a good bit. Now, I want to go back to you sort of volunteered your age. A lot of women don't do that. You have to guess on how old a woman is.
Why hide? The more you hide, the more old you look. You do it yourself. Any woman you see hiding their age, you always look older. But, okay, so back to me. The topic is managing bipolar disorder.
Right.
In 2013, I believe it was in June, I had what you call a manic episode. I had a manic episode, all because my mom had died. She died probably a year and a half prior, and I wasn't coping too well with it. And then I tried to continue living but I wasn't doing a good job at it. In hindsight, I could say that now.
So
yeah?
You call it a manic episode, and you said that was more than a year after your mother
A year and a
died.
half, about a year and a half.
So you were dealing with it sort of quietly, silently, unbeknownst to other people, but you know you were dealing with it. And something happened a year and a half later that had to do with her death.
Well, it's not only her death, it's that I was trying to cope with living after she had passed.
Okay.
Living after she had passed. You know, Mom was there, she was a stabilizing force, a factor in my life for 37 years. And being that she was not there anymore, I think that was a factor of me becoming manic. But when they say manic, it's basically that for some days, you may not have been sleeping correctly. You may have about 2-3 hours of sleep. You may feel this buzz. In hindsight, I can say that now. You may feel this sort of buzz. Your mind is working overtime. And I like my manic because in my manic, I have so many different ideas that I could put down on paper that you tend to jot down everything on paper. I do it like that. So when I could look back and say, hey, this is, yeah. So in a case like that, I was sent to the hospital. I think I stayed for like a week, and they diagnosed you after that week, which I find was so quickly. With in one episode, they could do that because they also engage your relatives, your family, brothers and sisters, and they interview them and ask them a lot of stuff. So they probably asked if Nicole was depressed growing up or whatever. I don't know what they did. But they diagnosed with bipolar disorder 1, and they prescribed Depakote and Risperdal, and I, being Nicole Alexander, I took the medication in the hospital, and when I left, I probably took it for like a week, because it had you feeling kind of, how should I say, like not yourself. You felt kind of loopy, if that's a word. I think you felt loopy. You felt that you were here, but you're not here.
Sort of out of it.
Out of it. Yeah. That is me. That's my thing. So I've decided to not go that route. And after that, I came out of it. I went to clinic. They do a great job, I must say, of counseling and so on. You could get that counseling if you wish.
So sometimes you in a high place, and then other times you're in a low place. That's it. And that's why it's called manic depressive. Is it the same thing as what you refer to as somebody being manic depressive?
Yes, it used to be called manic depressive. It used to be called that. So when we look at the American Psychiatric Association, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is the DSM-5,
yeah.
As you said, it's a group of brain disorders that cause extreme fluctuations in persons' mood, energy, and ability to function. And I've seen that in me. I'll function for like a few years, quite okay. And then, so we're looking at 2013, I was fairly okay. And then in 2018, I had another episode. But it's always something connected with something. Something was the connection. I think I had assisted in food service management in the dietetic internship with one of a doctor. And she, when I say doctor in education. Yeah. And she, because of my expertise and experience, I had to go out and monitor the dietetic interns when they were doing the food service rotation. So I went and I did that, and I think I got paid actually. I got paid, I think, $13,000 for 2 months stint. That's money for you, because I mean, in any sector of government, you're not getting that money one time, right? So I think something happened, and I did have a manic episode. I wasn't feeling well. I don't know if it was my blood sugar. I don't know what it was. I just was not feeling well. Yet again, because I wasn't sleeping well. And all these times are mainly the second time I lived alone. So
you could remember, well, what was the effect of that not feeling well?
Right, so I went home. I was living in Shafley at that time. I went home and I came back out. I supposed to go and sleep, but I just came back out and I walked down the road. I went to SBCS and I told the lady, look, I'm not feeling well, something. And I think from that, somebody carried me across to St. Joseph Health, and they wanted to give me a shot. And I think I was talking about going on some plane or some stupidness like that. Something. But When I got the shot, it didn't even do anything to me. It didn't knock me out or anything like that. I was still alert and everything. So
but it didn't calm you. You required being calmed down, or
not necessarily. Like what? Like if I was angry or no. In my case, I don't get angry. Like no,
but
because
some people do.
It seems so because when I mentioned this to someone last week, I had a situation that I had to mention something. She said, "Are you the angry one type?" I was like, not to my knowledge that people with bipolar they get angry. So I don't know. This is not me, but apparently they do. So I have to do some more research on that.
All right, what I want to establish is that manic depressiveness, a lot of us in the ordinary world class it or classify it as a kind of mental disorder, a kind of mental illness. So people, that is a form of madness. Is it? Strictly speaking,
it's an imbalance in the brain. Yeah. It's an imbalance in the brain. Just like if one has diabetes, that will be an imbalance in blood sugars. Just like if one has high blood pressure, their blood pressure goes high, needs to be managed and maintained. So it's the same thing. You have an imbalance in your brain chemistry. You have an imbalance. So you're not mad. And if we were to say that, then we will look at the greats of the world there were great people who were diagnosed with bipolar disorder or purported to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, like Dr. Eric Williams, to name one, and other people.
You hear stuff about people like Beethoven and other people like that. But ordinary thinking, I suppose, sort of darkness kind of thinking causes some of us to put all those kinds of
as mad people. They're mad.
Yeah,
they're mad.
It's a form of mental illness.
Yes.
So you're not. It is not, bipolar disorder does not render somebody a candidate for St. Anne's, for instance.
I cannot say that. I cannot say. It depends on, because there are two different bipolar, or three. When I was reading, it's three of them, right? So bipolar disorders is categorized, is a category that includes three main diagnoses: bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymic disorder. Disorder. So it's three disorders. So it depends on what the psychiatrist sees and so forth. But they really quickly they would prefer you to go St. Anne's. Because in my first episode, thank God my sister was there. She also works for the health sector. They wanted to send me St. Anne's, but I had no reason to go to St. Anne's. Honestly, I was not destroying anybody. I was not fighting anybody. I was not angry with anybody per se. It's more to myself and so on. So I was so glad I did not get to go St. Anne's. I didn't have to go St. Anne's. So in light of being around persons, and Trinbagonians need to educate themselves a little more when it comes to bipolar disorder, when it comes to other mental health challenges, right? Because we do have a large percentage of Trinbagonians that suffer or live with depression, I should say. That live with depression.
When you say a large percentage?
Well, I read one of our flyers, and that came from they were looking at depression. So it was a reputable source. Over 300,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago have depression. So that young lady, I believe she killed herself also, and that two children in Tobago. Is it Tobago? Right. It's being purported. I think she was depressed. I don't know the whole story. I don't know. But yeah. So the thing is, people need to wake up and realize that someone in their family may have some sort of anxiety. They may have depression. They may be bipolar. They may have schizophrenia, so forth. Yeah. But that doesn't make you a mad person. Especially, let's stay focused on bipolar. You're not mad.
And
You're not mad.
This is what I wanted to get to, not necessarily that I wanted to sort of stay there for staying their sake, but I remember going to, there's this lady, she has two sons. One of them, he's a fabulous artist. I've seen some of his work and so on. But he was behaving in a kind of way that she couldn't deal with, and people around her couldn't deal with, and he ended up being sent to St. Anne's, and I went with her one day to see him. I was struck by the fact that he was saying, "Mommy, I have no right to be in here. Whatever the case was, I have no right to be in here. Wow. I don't belong in here." And then I did a long conversation. Sometime after that, yeah, fabulous art exhibition, and I went in, and I'm saying, but it is a fact that in other cases, such people are, if you talk about the late great Dr. Williams and people like that, and some of the great musicians of the world. Very talented people.
And their IQs are high. I'm sure if they do a testing of persons who have bipolar disorder, and they test their IQs, I'm sure they will come up with some high IQ persons. They will.
How is the fight or the struggle to separate bipolar disorder from mental illness? You have to keep explaining to people, I'm not crazy. And
no, okay, the thing is, it's only now, Andy, let me tell you honestly, it's only now I'm saying this, it's only now I'm coming out and saying this. I did not agree with the diagnosis. But then when I saw a pattern occurring, I said something had to be challenged, and something has to be kind of off, Nicole, in the sense of you seeing cyclic patterns. It's all about cyclic patterns, and I've seen it. So for me, it's only now I'm agreeing to say that I have a challenge. So for the past 4 months, Andy, I've been in a tailspin. I've been in a tailspin. I was quite depressed.
I want to get to talk about how that manifests itself. But first, I want to say, I want to thank you on behalf of people who are looking at the program for having the courage to want to talk about it, because you think talking about it will help others, some of us, understand what this thing is and how to treat it and how to live with it.
But actually, Andy, there was a lady, and I can't remember her name, that's some years ago. She was on papers, and she's a prominent person. She has this job, prominent, and doing very well. She had bipolar disorder, and she was doing very well. She was very brave to come out and say whatnot. I can't recall who it is, but I would love to. But the thing is, one deficiency we have in our islands, our twin island, a bipolar support group, a bipolar disorder support group. We need to have one like that, and I don't mind assisting and managing bipolar group for us to have that support group. So how we are in modern times, we don't necessarily have to meet in person now. We could just be online, meet once a month, once every 6 months, discuss challenges that we are having. Discuss, because as I said, these are not just people who every day run in the mill. Some persons with bipolar disorder have a lot of responsibility. Yeah. They have a lot of responsibility.
How when you talk about it, did you have to consider sort of jumping hoops to decide to talk about it? So you're not yet in a position to know the effects of having come out as they say, they use that for
because I'm now coming out. I'm now coming out. Yeah. People suspected. I think some persons suspected, and how would listen, Andy, I don't want us to not look at the spiritual aspect of it. Right. Because man is made up of body, mind, and soul. Yeah. We're not just this flesh. We have a soul that became living, according to, if you believe in the Master, that according to God, when He created us, He breathed into us and we became a living soul. So we need to look at body, mind, and soul. So I said all that to say this. It occurred, I returned to work in 2009 in North Central Regional Health Authority.
In CRH.
Yes. And in our pantry area, there's a board, blackboard, that you could put notices and different things you wish to write. And I had just written on it a Bible verse, some simple verse. And this person in work, according to people, like it rubbed her the wrong way. And she put Nicole bipolar. Put up my name big and bipolar. I had to call HR about it. I didn't think about it. That word wasn't even in my vocabulary at that time, and that was 2009. And I think, Andy, to be honest, that sat in my spirit, To be honest, when I think about it, I spoke with my sisters. They are very supportive. Alison, Sandra, Shoma, who is Sandra, and June, very supportive. I thank God for them.
Because she may have had some insight into it, or
No, this was 2009.
Yeah. No, what I mean,
she probably thought I was. Yeah, she probably thought I was misbehaving. I don't know. Because people think that when you change your mind. Remember when I was always in a supervisory position. I started off as a data technician, and I always had data assistants to supervise, etc. Right? So people always think that if you change your mind because you see different things coming your way as a manager, when you assess certain things, you may have to rescind on some decision, or you stick with a decision and change something. So some people always think it's, oh, you're bipolar. And bipolar in Trinidad and Tobago just means that you're changing your mind, you know. I'm talking to somebody, and because I don't want to do this again, I decided I want to do this week, and next week I assess myself, because it's not spiritually enhancing for me, or it's not physically enhancing for me. I decided, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. So the person will say, you're bipolar. That's how Trinbagonians think bipolar disorder is, what it means.
But that interpretation is not correct.
It's not correct. It's not correct, fully correct. Right? So I was telling you that this young lady saying that, I think it sat in my spirit. And for anything to manifest as a human being, it has to get into your spirit.
But there are some of us who are absolutely, you know, sort of worryingly and infuriating, if you want to call it that, fussy about all kinds of things. They're never happy with how something turns out. They think it could always be better. And that could drive some people crazy.
But you could get that with a type A personality. I'm a type A personality when the assessment. I think I am a type A, and I always wanted things to be a specific way. From school days, like I can remember going home and what I was doing, going to St. George's College and doing home ec, food and nutrition, plus the home economics part, management, food and nutrition and management, home management. And I always needed to get my ingredients, so whatever I needed to get. And I would always tell my mom, I need this, and they made sure and got it for me. And I needed things in a certain way.
Yeah, and if you didn't get it, you could flare up.
No. I never threw any tantrum like that, but they got it. I was there, I was the 7th, and I was the last girl. 2 boys were after me. And they got it, So I never had to throw a tantrum
but
and say.
Some people throw tantrums, and that is not necessarily somebody who may be a candidate for it. There's just some of us who are tantrumers.
Very fussy, yeah. That doesn't mean to say they're bipolar. Because
what that is leading up to is the extent to which some of us, whatever we may be carrying, sort of at times misidentify. I don't want to use the word diagnose because we can't diagnose, but misidentify and misclassify people based on some parts of their behavior.
True. I like that. Misidentify. Because we are doctors in Trinbago too, you know. We like to diagnose persons and we wrongfully diagnose them. So the thing with me, I'm so glad now, I would say after the past 4 months and beyond, because what happens, pressure, you see, having to deal with stress, it could be work stress, it could be financial stress, it could be emotional stress. It makes, it makes things worse for you.
How does this, to the best of your understanding, affect your relationships with people generally?
As you say, I think people probably think I'm a bit difficult. Yeah, I'm a bit difficult. I guess so.
One of the questions I have down here, how does it affect approaching intimate relationships?
Oh boy, Andy, I'm single, never married. But it's not just that, it's my upbringing. Remember, you're made up of all your experiences and what you think in your head. Because I was talking to Ryan earlier. I grew up in church. So getting involved in certain issues wasn't what we were taught to get involved in. So therefore you kept yourself for a period of time until I think water was more than flour. I don't have to speak in plain English. You're right, water was more than flour. But no, but then you too, you would like a certain kind of person in your life and vice versa. And if it didn't manifest, it didn't come, it's no fuss. Because at the end of the day, Andy, I prefer to be single and happy than be hitched or married and unhappy. Because let me tell you, what is happening currently, a lot of young men, I told you my age, but young men in their 30s.
Which as I say is
I have no problem with that. A lot
of women don't volunteer.
That's dumb.
We went over that.
That's dumb. To me, that doesn't make sense. To me, every time I see a woman always hiding her age, she looks older than her age. That's what I have come to. Why hide? Why? Because you think you wouldn't be on the market? mind you, you may be on the market. Yeah, so I'm telling you, Andy, I was saying that a lot of young men now who don't want to work, or they will work, but look for someone who's not even young anymore, because I'm not young anymore, I'm within, right? So they may look for a woman who's progressive to some extent, think she's working, she has a car and whatnot, she lives in her apartment or has her own home. And they prey on women, they prey on you. So for instance, when you meet people, it's weird, they asking you like, which is weird, I had to put that man in his place, how much I'm working for, and he could manage my money, all because he wants to pay a mortgage, you know. And he has 3 different baby mamas. This is Trinidad I'm talking about it. 3 different baby mamas, and telling me he never married but had on a ring on his finger sometime in some picture. Please, please, please. That's why it's always good to, I don't care what people say, you need a guidance from God to give you directive on what to do with your life. So yes, it has been challenging.
As far as that is concerned, you haven't gotten that divine guidance just yet.
No, I didn't ask for it. I never asked God, I need to get married and I need this person. Who is this one?
Yeah.
Can I?
Why? I'm not sure you just turn off the phone or put it away.
Hello? Yes, it is, but I'm on TV. Bye-bye. I'm busy now. Call me back later. Bye.
That is a first.
What is Nicole's first for everything? Let me just see if I can, right.
Yeah, yes, because I wanted to get to the point where if you know, so you are, you know, such a person, and you're trying to get a mate, whether or not it is advisable to get a mate who's sort of walking, to put it this way, walking the same road.
No, why should I want somebody who has bipolar disorder?
Because you all could understand each other.
No, that'd be crazy. That's like somebody saying you have HIV, so you have to get somebody who's HIV, or you have high blood pressure, you have to get somebody who has high blood pressure, or you have renal disease. That doesn't make sense, Andy. You get someone who is able to manage. Love covers a multitude of sin. Love covers a multitude of sin. And being bipolar is not something that God cannot heal. You see, we live in this 2x4 world, and some people don't believe in God, they don't believe in the divine, they don't believe, yes, you take your medication, yes. You take your medication, yes. And we're supposed to be talking about nutrition, but I feel I have to come on another time to speak about that. But you take your medication. If you're so inclined, your doctor has guided you, take your medication, you need to take X, Y, and Z, all well and
good. So you're saying that with diets as well?
Diet, exercise, medication.
So what kind of things that you advisably should eat as opposed to what you shouldn't?
Okay, so you want to go have a clean diet. A clean diet meaning you want to not have too many processed foods. Because remember, we're talking about brain chemistry along with our gut chemistry. And they have seen that over the years. They have done their research now. They're seeing there's a connection between your gut and your brain balance and chemistry. So therefore, any person, you don't necessarily need to be having any mental illness or any challenges like that. You need to try to eat as clean as possible, meaning you don't want to avoid processed foods, so white flour, white pasta, even flour in the whole, you want to stay away from wheat, because some people have IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, that wheat affects them. So, and remember what we're saying, once you have a challenge here, it could affect here. So you want to stay away from things like that. You want to go more fresh fruits and vegetables. Fresh fruits and vegetables. I'm laughing because that's a challenge. That's a challenge because we're using too many chemicals in Trinidad and Tobago. I bought a watermelon and the watermelon melted like we using too many chemicals.
It was grown with chemicals, with too much chemicals.
It's not healthy. It's not healthy for you. You could try to wash out whatever, the outside of the watermelon. Who is this?
Well,
yes,
So you should just take the phone off. I
don't know, actually. I don't know what to
do.
I just got it. I don't know what to do on this food. Anyhow, yes. So I was telling you, yes. So we ought to have our fruits and vegetables because you want to have that array of colors with all your vitamins and minerals. So you have your vitamin A, B, C, your water-soluble ones, and then you have your fat-soluble vitamins. So you want to eat fish. Oily fish, if you could afford that kind of oily fish kind of thing.
Like what? I mean, what?
Salmon, pink salmon if you could. You want sardines, good sardines, not what they tend to sell sometimes. Because sometimes you get the lower brand sardines, and when you open it, you see these sardines red, pink.
Well, that's
on the
fabulous
inside.
because when I was growing up and you know, we had to have sardines and so on, you felt that that was because they couldn't afford anything more.
No, it's great.
Sardines came.
Sardines, Mr. Expensive now, and sardines are very good. But what I'm saying, some brands tend to be of a lower substandard quality than those that we know. I wouldn't call names, but there are certain brands, when you open the can of sardine, you're seeing it pink on the inside, and that's not, they didn't process it properly. The temperature, you're seeing that where it started to decay a bit.
But generally speaking, you shouldn't look down on sardines because it's, I'm saying with
No, with the bones, you have your calcium, you have your oils from it, from the fish oils. Sardine is awesome. I knew someone, and he was a big position. He would just open a can of sardine without adding lime or anything. And he's a brilliant person. I mean, not because he say the sardine makes him brilliant, but you know, but Andy, it's a lot. So you want to eat clean, so you want to have your fruits, your vegetables, but you want to source them from a good source in the sense of what I tend to do, I go market or I may buy from a supermarket. So what you want to do, you want to buy your fruits and vegetables, you want to, especially vegetables, put it in the crisper. The crisper is the thing on the bottom of the fridge, and you observe it. If it stayed 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, you know for sure that it's low in pesticides and so on. Yeah.
So the longer it lasts in the fridge, the better it is to be consumed.
The more organic it is, the more organic.
Yeah.
So once you put something in the fridge and you see it begins to melt, even with pumpkin, you put it in. This is strange.
Well,
yes,
yeah, okay,
pumpkin, and you put it in the fridge, you see it's melting away.
I suspect we have to have a part 2 and probably part 3.
How much time we have again?
We out of time.
Serious? This is interesting. Okay, great.
Fabulous.
So we need to have that bipolar disorder support group. Yeah? We need to educate our persons and so on.
All right, we'll pick it up on the other side at another point in time. But thank you very much. This has been fabulous. Nicole O. Alexander, managing and living with bipolar disorder. This has been 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
WESN.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really want
to me. Respond to me. How you would respond to me?
The first question I'll ask is why.
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday. Newsday, independent and credible.
It's not the perfect solution. I mean, local and organic would obviously be the best option.
Really interesting. Thanks very much, Valerie de Camp, for us there. Now, it is probably the biggest and arguably the largest scandal to hit Mexico in the past decade. 43 students vanishing from a college known for its history of radical left-wing activism. Now, a decade on, many relatives still blame the police and the state for engaging in a cover-up. For France 24, Laurence Couliver revisits the mystery.
It has to be one of the world's most mysterious, most macabre disappearances of a group of people. 10 years since 43 Mexican students vanished. Since then, botched investigations amid intense levels of corruption exposed. It was in September 2014 that the young trainee teacher studying at a college known for its history of radical left-wing activism went missing. As was local tradition, they'd commandeered several buses to travel to a commemoration protest in Mexico City. Police, though, set up roadblocks and fired on them. 6 people, 3 of them students, were killed, including one whose mutilated body was found the next day. The other 43, they were never seen alive again.
As parents, we won't stop until we find our children. We asked the government to bring them back alive because they were taken alive. It's our goal, and we will go all the way. We hold the government accountable because we know that they're linked to the traffickers.
The official version says the students were handed over by corrupt officers to a drug gang, Guerreros Unidos. Their bodies then burnt and thrown into a stream. That, though, has been proven to be false by scientific evidence. And indeed, it was shown that all those who'd self-incriminated themselves in telling the story had been tortured. Since then, many other police and military personnel, also high-level officials, have been accused of crimes many relatives believe in a full cover-up. Tens of thousands of people have gone missing during the drug wars in Mexico, but it is the case of the 43 that still enrages people. Laura Escavillier and Mathieu Comal with Ed Augustin revisit the missing Mexican students for France 24.
Almost 10 years. 10 years of coming every month, tirelessly, to the Zócalo, Mexico City's central square, and asking the same question: where are the 43 students?
Once again, the only thing we want to know is, where are our children? They took them alive.
It's January, and Maria has been camping here for a week with parents and students from rural teacher training schools. They've come from all over the country in solidarity.
We're cold, we're not eating well. Sometimes we don't sleep. But for us, the most important thing is that one day we learn the truth.
Maria's son, José Eduardo, was just 19 when he disappeared.
Revolución como Ayotzinapa, revolución como las normales, como las madres y padres de familia y nuestros camaradas. Y me siguen acá, por favor.
These families came to demand a meeting with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Despite demonstrating for several days, he won't receive them.
On the 26th of September 2014, our children were chased by the local police, the state police, the federal police, and also the army. We know that the army took some of those students away, but when investigators tried to find out what the army did that night, they were blocked.
A group of independent investigators reported that several hundred documents have gone missing from the army's records. The role the military played that night is still the investigation's central question. But the president denies any documents are missing.
Despite what the manipulative media may say, the important thing here is to have a clear conscience. We published everything. The army has released all the documents it had.
Over the years, people have lost confidence in the authorities' handling of the case. This video, for example, shows a former police officer suspected of having helped kidnap the students, being tortured by investigators. According to a UN commission, at least 34 suspects have been tortured, making their testimonies legally invalid. The remains of 3 students have been identified, but there's confusion about where exactly their bodies were found. Over time, relations between the families of the disappeared and the government have deteriorated. Exasperated students smashed a van through a door of the National Palace this March, while the president was giving his daily press conference. The video is regularly repeated in the media, fueling hatred against students, especially on social media.
I say these terrorist schools should be eradicated.
They should disappear. 50 more of them. What a load of shameless delinquents.
Estudiantes de la normal de Ayotzinapa bloqueaban la autopista del Sol.
In a country racked by daily violence, the students in Mexico's 16 rural teacher training schools are often criticized for resorting to excessive and radical methods. But it's thanks to these schools that some of the poorest people in the country can get an education. It's 7 in the morning at the school in Ayotzinapa. First-year students prepare to clean the courtyard. Under the eyes of Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, but also their 43 missing comrades. Gustavo is 20 years old. He enrolled a few months ago.
We're used to it. Getting up at 6 and starting work early, that's how we've grown up. This rhythm isn't hard for us. We've been doing it at home all our lives.
The second of 4 brothers and sisters, Gustavo was born into a very poor family. He started work at the age of 14 as a builder. The teacher training school was the only way he could study.
The main idea behind the rural teacher training schools is to allow peasants and poor people to study and lift their families out of poverty.
Free studies and accommodation, and 3 square meals a day.
It might not seem like much, but it's very important. I have several friends who only ate once or twice a day before they came here.
Becoming a teacher and helping his family. That was also José Eduardo's dream.
I'm cleaning these cosmetics, these perfumes, and these containers. I sell them to make a modest living.
Maria is a street vendor. Together with her husband, she earns just enough to get by.
It was so hard when my son disappeared. I was ill at the time. I had cancer. And I told him, my son, find a school where you can study, because I can't help you financially. I'm sick, your father works, but it barely pays for my treatments.
She spends several days a month protesting to pressure the government. The rest of the time, she works hard just to cover their basic needs.
I have this mother-of-pearl cream. It's worth 5 or 6 euros, but it's on sale. I'm selling it for 3 euros. Are you interested? Sometimes I sell, sometimes not. Every penny counts. Hello, Mr. Perez. Do you need shampoo? It's just come in, and it's on sale.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I'll bring it to you.
Her husband, Cornelio, works in construction. The disappearance of José Eduardo turned the couple's lives upside down, but they've stayed together.
I work full-time, and she goes to protests. It's important because we can't allow the government to drop the case without finding out what happened.
A decade without news, and yet Maria still believes her son could be alive.
A few days after he disappeared, I had a dream. I saw my son in a dark room. I couldn't quite make out where he was, but I saw he was smiling at me. That's what keeps me going. With his smile, he asked me not to worry. But of course I worry. I always pray to God that wherever he is, he doesn't go hungry. We think about him and the others all the time.
At the teacher training school in Ayotzinapa, the number 43 is everywhere. Gustavo was barely 10 years old at the time.
I was a child, and so I didn't really understand what had happened. I only understood when I was older, and I started to feel angry. But this could be a wake-up call for Mexican society, because it reminds us that when the government wants to, it can simply silence voices it doesn't like.
In the rural teacher training schools, as well as academic classes, students raise animals and work the fields with rustic tools. They're trained to work in poor, isolated regions. In this morning's classes, the students talk about their first immersive training to be primary school teachers.
There are a lot of conflicts in this village, and in the end, this affects the children. Violence gets normalized and transmitted from adults to children, and so having educational materials is very important to bring them together and get them to play together.
You need to know this context well, because it will have a big impact on the child's school results.
Where I was, in the community of Tecuanapa, the main problem was the river water. It was very polluted. The children themselves told me they threw their rubbish into the river.
43% of the Mexican population lives below the poverty line. Without the education provided by rural teacher training schools, thousands of Mexican villages would go without teachers.
I didn't like the life I had. I worked from 6 or 7 in the morning until 8 at night, and barely ate throughout the day. I think it's unfair, and if I graduate from this school, I'd like to go to remote areas and try to change things there, to teach children to analyze their situations and think critically.
Guerrero, where the Ayotzinapa school is located, is one of the poorest states in Mexico. A state where drug cartels are fighting a merciless war against each other. Alejandro, who studied at the school, has worked as a teacher in a hamlet for 12 years. He does what he can to keep his students in class.
I have 12 students, but for various reasons, it's very rare that they're all in class. Some parents take them to work, others cannot feed them enough, some children get ill, with lung infections, for example. Today there are only 8 kids in class. Here, mobile phones have no signal. We can't make calls. The Electricity Commission has only just installed internet for us, but it rarely works.
With a salary of around 500 euros per month, he sometimes shares his meal with students who come to school on an empty stomach.
I've always said, studying at the Ayotzinapa Teacher Training School has been one of the best things that's ever happened to me. I've learned to fight, to live, to survive, and also to share.
Months go by, and Mexico elects a new president. Claudia Sheinbaum, López Obrador's appointed successor.
Me comprometo a que no les voy a defraudar.
The third administration since the students' disappearance. Somewhere between weariness and hope, students continue to demonstrate on the 26th of every month.
Do you have hope that the next government will solve the case?
Honestly, no. I can't trust any government on this. No government tells the truth. They just create smokescreens.
Young students today are fighting to stop the case of the 43 from falling into oblivion. They fight, just as they always have done, with what they have. Their voices, their demonstrations, and their guitars.
Laurence Cavilier and Mathieu Comin with Ed Augustin revisiting the missing Mexican students for France 24. Well, that's all from this week's edition. You can catch it and all the other editions as well on our website at france24.com. Thanks for watching.
The history of our world is ever-changing. The flow of information is constantly increasing. We cover all subjects. We verify. We commit. On the ground, in all circumstances, to anticipate the future by understanding the present. We are with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. France 24, an alternative look at the news. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
world full of inspiration and wonder, travel has the power to awaken our senses and ignite our spirits. Preferred Hotels and Resorts invites you to expand your boundaries, uncover the joy, the romance, and the inspiration beyond the horizon at exceptional destinations in every corner of the world. Create your own unique travel story and a lifetime of unforgettable moments.
Hello, you're watching France 24. I'm Nadia Massi. The headlines. A suspect in custody in the wake of an apparent second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in just 9 weeks. An AK-47 style weapon found at his golf club in Florida. France's powerful European Union Commissioner Thierry Breton resigns abruptly today. We'll look at why with our Europe editor, Armand Georgian. And the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in Rome for talks on human trafficking and migration with the far-right leader Giorgia Meloni. This as Germany begins random checks at its borders as part of efforts to crack down on irregular migration.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. 14-year-old mom and a 1-year-old baby found. Government wants buyers for Gulfstream barge. 2 held by police on the weekend. And internationally, Tito Jackson, member of the Jackson 5, has died at age 70. Now for the details. 14-year-old Lynelle Noel and her 1-year-old son Caleb, who were reported missing to Cuba police last Wednesday, have been found in Tobago. The two were found in a house in Scarborough, the TTPS stated in a media release yesterday. While it did not give details of the circumstances under which the two were found, the release noted that both children were safe and that, after being found by members of the Child Protection Unit and Tobago Police, the Children's Authority was contacted. The government is looking for buyers for the Gulfstream barge, which was grounded in February off the coast of the Cove Eco-Industrial Park, Tobago, and refloated in August. After it was refloated, the Gulfstream was towed to Trinidad. Now the government is seeking to sell it as is and where is, in a procurement tender notice from the Ministry of Works and Transport on September the 16th. Prospective buyers were invited to submit packages for the Maritime Services Division. Solicitation documents are available from the procurement unit of the Ministry of Works and Transport. The award will be executed in accordance with the predefined evaluation criteria outlined in the solicitation document. The deadline for submission is October 1st at 10 a.m. and interested buyers were advised that no late tenders would be considered. The ship was found with no crew on board after running aground and overtailing off Tobago's southwestern coastline on February 7th. 2 men were arrested and a firearm and quantities of cocaine and cannabis seized by officers during ongoing weekend anti-crime exercises in the Port of Spain and Central Divisions. A police release said Central Division officers on September 13th went to Railway Road, Caroni, where they saw 2 men, one of whom was holding a shotgun. The men ran off, but police held a 20-year-old suspect with a shotgun and 2 12-gauge cartridges. On September 14th, officers of the Interagency Task Force and the Defense Force attempted to stop a speeding blue Hyundai Elantra in the Belmont district. The car crashed and the driver, a 20-year-old from Arima, was held. Police found 6 large plastic packets of cocaine and cannabis in the car. The cocaine weighed 1.12 kilograms and has an estimated street value of $65,000, while the cannabis weighed 3.2 kilograms and has an estimated street value of $256,000, the release said. Tito Jackson, who rose to fame alongside his brothers in the Jackson 5, has died at 70. Tito's sons, Taj, Terrell, and TJ Jackson, confirmed his death in an Instagram tribute early Monday morning. The son said in the Instagram tribute, "We are shocked, saddened, and heartbroken. Our father was an incredible man who cared about everyone and their well-being." The sons captioned a carousel feature photos of Tito, his sons, and the Jackson 5 in collaboration with Tito's official Instagram account. They went on to say, "It will forever be Tito time for us. Please remember to do what our father always preached, and that is love one another. We love you, Pops." Well, that's the news on the hour on WESN. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Hello, hello, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the season finale of Breakthrough. My name is Mark Anthony Peter, and as per usual, joining me, the one who sat with me at this table, who's been through this journey with me, both on air and off air, Sean Michael Small. Hello, Sean.
Hi. How's it going?
It's going well.
Season finale.
Yeah.
Although at this point, it's season finale, mostly in name only. We take a short break and then we're right back at it, folks. So don't be afraid. It's not like you're going to see a long break.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to get through with regards to arts and culture in TNT because, you know, we want to keep this thing going.
Exactly. A lot of, and we in the season of many concerts. The Christmas season.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All of the end of semester at the various, tertiary level institutions, they'll have the end of semester performances as well.
You know, I would just like to ask all the choirs in TNT if you could do me a favor and find some other thing to sing about besides Christmas. You know, maybe one year. Because we've reached a point where we're running out of songs, man. We're running out of songs, we're running out of arrangements for songs, we're running out of concepts to do these songs. Like, listen, you don't all have to do Christmas.
But this is the most happiest time of the year.
It's also the most expensive time of the year.
Well.
And some of them concerts not cheap. So concert.
That is true.
Or presents.
That is very true.
Now if I'm a hermit, it's an easier decision. Alas, I am not.
Listen.
I do have family members that will look at me funny if I spend all of my money on concerts. Just saying. I'm just saying. This is probably something I'll bring up later on in the year as we get close to Christmas.
Possibly, but come to mind, all right? Stay tuned for that. But anyway, it's been quite the journey, and we're gonna get into recapping the shenanigans later. We're not gonna talk about it just yet.
But we're gonna have to leave set when we reach that point.
Oh my God! But we're gonna stick to the program and get right into our discussion for this morning, and that allows me to welcome our guest for this morning. So joining us at the table is singer, vocal instructor, and someone who has kind of been like a co-creative director on some of my projects. If you watch my projects and watch the credits and in the descriptions, you'll know this name. So now you can associate this name with a face. Welcoming Eric Alvarez. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Mark.
Well, I mean, technically they would have seen the name and they would have seen the face. Or at the very least, they might have skipped the credits, but at least seen the face.
They would have seen the name, but they would not have seen the name right under the face.
Right
would have been with a group of people.
We never had soloist Eric Alvarez.
Right.
At least once we've had to have soloist Eric Alvarez.
First of all, just really quickly. So for my very first Christmas production, we did a duet. He sang, I played. It was What Child Is This?
Right.
When I tell you it took 6 hours to record that song, because somebody kept forgetting their words.
It's not just the words. It's the words
words, yes. yes, there's that. But if we're doing something, we have to do it to the best of our ability, at least for me.
Right.
So if I hear something, I'm not going to sit there and let that be on the record and let that go outside.
Yeah.
That'll make sense. Well, it's just for me as a person.
Right.
I will.
So
if the time it takes to get right, I will take the time to get it right. Talk to me.
If it takes 6 hours to record one song, how do you do live performances and live with yourself?
Well, no, live performances are different.
You just let it go.
Yeah, because it's
What
live.
if it's live? What if it's tape live? Because some live performances
That is what it was. It was a live taping.
No. But there was not studio audience.
What you mean, like a live recording.
Like a recording of a live concert with full audience. Then what do you do then?
The focus is more the live
for me,
aspect.
that falls under the category of
live.
Even if it's a recording, it's still live.
I see what
if
you're
it
saying.
passes, it passes because it's authentic to the moment.
Because if it's a recording, the expectations are, well, you could have made it perfect if you wanted to, so it has to be perfect.
Exactly. There are things that will get excused, for lack of better words, in a live recording, or that will be accepted live, that won't be accepted in a recording because it's a recording.
Now, I know a little bit about you.
Yes, you do.
And I know your voice and your ability. So I would like to ask Mark.
Yes.
6 hours. Was it absolutely necessary to take 6 hours to do a recording?
So no, it wasn't. But let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you about the shenanigans that happened at that point, right? So we had kind of like the studio lights. We had one light. It was in my room. We had one. This is when we first started doing recordings, right?
Yes, now recordings are done by wesn Films, right?
Right.
So you know.
So we had one mic with my interface that had 2 inputs. We had one mic, one light. So he could remember the words, so he got some tape. He stuck the page of the words on the light. He still got it mixed up, so I had to move the light closer. There was a lot of things, and then sometimes the mistakes would happen at the beginning, and sometimes the mistake would happen at the very end. But we're just about to finish the song.
Wait, you try to do it in one take each time?
The entire song?
Yeah.
But
it was video and audio
together.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. So you want the audio recording only.
Yeah.
Right? So there was
that's some behind the scenes stuff. If there's audio record, you think your favorite recording artist just did it in one take perfect? No.
Listen.
No, they re-recorded if necessary. Because sometimes you're sick. Sometimes it just might not be the right emotion. Sometimes when you're sick, it helps with the emotion. Skyscrapers with Demi Lovato. She tried to sing it again. And then I think there was a song with Heart where the sister, who's usually backup, she tried to re-record it when she was healthier, and it just didn't work.
Some artists even pre-record in the space that you're about to do. So I think Beyonce said it that for Obama's inauguration. I think she said
pre-recorders in the space.
Yeah, I believe so. But she did say that she pre-recorded, but then she had a whole press conference and let them know that I can still sing, and she sang it live.
Okay, we're gonna go. I guess we should go there, right? If you didn't know. In live performances, particularly outdoor ones, sometimes pre-recorded. Right. Sometimes but not just that outdoor. It's harder to control the audio. Sometimes pre-recorded vocals are there. I mean, you hear it sometimes in certain pop and rap artists. They call it backing tracks because you could you hear them twice. One is the track and one is them. Particularly in rap, you hear this. But the thing with Beyonce is, she kind of does it strategically. It evens out the singing, although sometimes she uses backup vocalists to do this instead of a track.
Yes.
But the most part is when she ad-libs, the ad-libs are not going to be a recording. It's going to be her live. The high notes are going to be her live. The climaxes are almost always her live, and you could tell because the dancing stops, the moment. Well,
no, thank you for saying that. Almost always, because she has an entire tour to consider.
Right.
And it's not to say that she's technically inefficient, that she can't do it every night.
Yes.
But the wear and tear on the body, not just the voice alone, but on the entire body, going through this months or years of, well, some people's world tours take years.
Yeah.
The months years of doing that. And the expectation is, if Beyonce gets on stage, or whoever it is really,
it has to be.
It's going to be perfect every night because it has to, because some people spending $200, $300, $400, $500, if not more, for the fan experience, and the experience is not to hear Beyonce miss the note.
I think the key is you're not really gonna know the difference. There are some people who do it and they abuse it and you know the difference, but I don't think with her you really notice the difference. And case in point, Celine Dion, she was famously told by a doctor 2 knocks for yes, 1 knock for no. You're not talking to your husband when you're not singing. Like that's what she had to go through in the early. We're not talking about when she turned 50. We're talking about when she was 30.
Yeah. The other thing
younger.
with that, with the, good Lord, what was it?
You're not hearing the difference, is it?
Yes. Technology is at such a point now, they can program the mixers to open and close the mics at certain points. So they may be singing, they may do the entire thing live, but as a safety precaution, for lack of better words, at a particular point in the song, the mixer is set to open on its own. The backing track covers that. It closes and comes back.
Yeah, now the
and the
flip
audience
side,
doesn't know the difference because the audience is not supposed to know the difference.
That is true. Now the flip side of that is some people, it replaces their voice. What we are talking about...
Like you're thinking about somebody specific.
No. I'm not going there. But what I'm saying is, all of these things that we just spoke about, there's something called there's tech rehearsal, there's dress rehearsal, but there's something called a stage rehearsal, where you and the tech team and you are rehearsing all of these things, these in and outs, as you were just talking about, all of the time. It does not mean that your favorite singer or these performers can't do it live. It's just a matter of sometimes circumstances just allows. Now, some people don't like to rehearse with that, and then they get themselves in trouble. I remember seeing, I'm not going to say who it was, but I remember seeing somebody. I knew it was pre-recorded, and I was fine with it. They were putting on a specific show that had specific needs. But then they forgot their words.
Oh, no.
And their mouth did something else, and you heard something else. And I was just like, oh.
That's always kind of funny, because I think that happened to Adele once, that happened to Kelly Clarkson once.
Kelly? No. That happened to Ashley Simpson once.
Well, no,
SNL.
I'm talking about the forgetting lyrics, not with
with
the background tracks. I know it happened to, I feel so bad for Ashley Simpson, but yeah, no. So what happened is, in their case, they forgot the words. So I think Adele literally in the middle of the song was like, she had a moment.
Yes.
It actually was fine because it was still entertaining. She had a human moment, and the audience were not
brought into the moment.
They were reasonable, yes, and they were part of the moment. Yes,
I
exactly.
appreciate those moments. But anyway, so I'm glad that we kind of got into that discussion. You can see the wealth of knowledge that he has.
I just like to say, there are some soca artists who I wish they were.
Stop it. We're not doing that today. We're not doing that today. Behave yourself.
I'm just saying,
we want to get on to season 2. All right.
So what Mark is saying is we'll save that for season 2.
So Eric.
Yes.
So you're here, you just recently posted something, you're going to start a program, and it's called How to Harmony. But I'm guessing it'll include more than just how to harmonize or stuff like that. So 3 questions. Why did you start it? Why now? And obviously there must have been a need that you have seen to start the program. Why don't you tell us about it?
Right, so you're going to have to ask those 2 questions again.
No problem.
I'm finished with the first one. The first one, why? Right? Why?
Why did you start it? Yeah.
Thank you so much. So
now I see how you forget your lyrics.
Yes. Yes, because there's like 500 things that ran through my mind in the span of that. Right. So why started now? I'm almost 30, and so I've been around for a while. Not as long as some other people, but a while.
Whippersnapper.
And I've been around music all my life. My father is a musician. A number of my family members from that side of the family sings. My mother is a singer. All her sisters are singers. That entire side of the family singers as well.
Wow, you didn't have a choice. You had no chance.
I had 0. 0. So no I've been around that all my life. And I'm a Christian. I grew up in church.
Right.
Both my parents on the worship team. So I grew up in the worship team as well.
They're not preachers, right?
My uncle is a preacher.
Oh, well.
No, don't do that. Don't do Marlon Alvarez that.
No, nothing.
Not to mention, he's actually one of the reasons why I got into singing as well.
Right.
Like, listen, in his prime, that man used to blow. But anyway, so in being in that space, I had the opportunity to be around the country a lot and hear a lot of different things, hear a lot of different groups, in addition to having undergone the vocal training that I would have gone and so being exposed to all of that as well. And one of the things I noticed was that there was a need for people to learn how to sing together.
Okay.
Because singing together is more than just, if I on this note, you on this note. The pitch is one thing, but there are other things that go into singing together.
So when you say singing together, we're not talking about singing in unison. Although that, to some degree, what you said there will apply to singing in unison.
That might even be more difficult, because singing in unison means we have to sing the exact same thing.
And it has to, it's not just the same notes, but the exact same thing, like inflections and dictions
Exactly.
and pronunciation.
Inflections, vowels, dynamics,
Yes.
everything has to be the same.
Yes.
Because by nature of it being unison, it's supposed to be the same.
But like, okay, let me...
But you mainly talk about harmonies.
Yeah, specifically.
Right, but like, okay, but let's say oh gosh, I'm gonna probably get in some trouble for this. But you know, as I want to join the worship team, or I want to join the church choir, and I want to give back to God. I want to make a...
You want to make a joyful noise unto the Lord?
I want to make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Is, as somebody has told me to my face before, it's just singing.
Really?
Yeah. You know, which is funny, because I actually have the reverse. I do find that when people say I can't sing, I'm like, it's not that you can't sing. It's that you don't have enough experience, you don't have enough practice, maybe you need some training. But I don't think that there are some vocalists who have gotten famous, maybe one-hit wonders, maybe not. They have some of the most unique voices, which are gravelly and broken up, and you know, I see dreams, oh gosh, I forgot the lyrics. And what was that girl? There was a girl who also had a very gravelly voice, right? And my point is, just off of the surface, that's not what you would think of as a singing voice, you know? So why put yourself down like that? You're just not okay, yes, at 40, it's gonna be hard now to try to unlearn 40 years of speaking, which will affect how you're gonna sing. But to say that you can't, I don't like when people say that.
No, because the simple truth is, singing in its most base definition is sustained speech. The exact same physical process it takes to speak is the exact same physical process it takes to sing on a sustained level. So once there's a pitch that could come out of your mouth, once you can speak, you have the capacity to learn how to sing. Some people just may have difficulty in regards to things like tempo, learning how to stay in time. How to stay in time. Some people, for example, let's say a soprano who was used to singing in their head voice all the time, they may have difficulty learning how to use their chest voice, but it doesn't mean that they don't have one. It's just going to take more effort because you're not used to doing that.
And as you get older, it does get harder.
Yes.
Singing, like any other physical activity.
Correct, yeah.
I would have made this point before on an episode, like, it's one of the things that's most affected by, it's one of the instruments that is most affected by anatomy and biology. Because sometimes getting, and emotion, but really the biological part of it, because some people get it well from young. And some people, it takes them a while until they actually get older and their voice, quote unquote, settles. Right? And then it becomes true to what it should be.
If you've ever heard Britney Spears on Star Search as a child, voice sounds way bigger than Britney Spears as a young adult. It just sounds bigger. Take that, not saying better, just bigger. It sounds like a much more professionally rounded and experienced voice. It's crazy.
Child Britney. And
yes, child Britney.
But the thing with Britney is, that was a manufactured sound.
Right.
The older one, the sound we know as Britney, that very nasal sound.
You mean the older sound?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a manufactured sound. That's not how Britney sounds. That's not how Britney sounded naturally. That was pop Britney. Because even within pop Britney, there were instances where
I guess, but when she sang ballads,
well, I know that's the thing.
It would have
As an
served her
artist,
better to not stick to what she did in her first single.
Yeah.
Right? And I think to some extent that is to some degree her voice. It's there.
But it definitely is there. It's an affected voice. In the same way you can manipulate your voice to create different sounds as you just did.
Yeah, unsuccessfully, but I did it. I wanted to go back to your point though, because there's a flip side when people say it's just singing.
Yeah, so how would you,
like
not convince?
To kind of cheapen the whole
the experience and the act.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So to some people who just said it's just singing, you were kind of listing all of the things that it involves, singing together, right? So how is it different from the person who's just watching people singing and be like, oh, that's easy, as opposed to being in it and singing even if you're singing in unison or singing in harmony, what is that dynamic like?
So our friend Nicole and I were talking about that a couple of days ago, because she was in that same experience. She saw us on stage and it was like, ooh, yes, that looks nice. That sounds,
try that.
That sounds so good. But when you get into the legwork of rehearsals, understanding.
Some people don't like to rehearse. You know who you are.
The ability to understand what a song means, the actual ability to get into a song, to be able to tie yourself to a song, to be able to tie your emotions to a song, to then, of course, reflect that story. This is not to mention the hours, days, weeks, months, years, etc. of technical practice.
And to also not get caught up too much in the technical. Not just the technical, but in the moment, in the emotions, because there is still, even while they're performing, as much as it is an emotional performance, I feel there is some level of, once you start to have too much fun, then it all becomes about...
Or too much emotion.
You enjoying what you do.
Yeah.
For yourself, as opposed to the offering to the audience.
Or if it's a sad song, you're like, at some point, if you break down, you're ruining your performance, right? Now, if you're at a funeral, that's different. But if you're trying to do musical theater or performance, you don't want to actually break down on camera.
No, the thing...
Unless it requires.
Like Anne Hathaway held it together in Les Mis.
Unless it requires. Yeah, but that song requires it.
No, I know, but the point is she held the performance together.
The
performance sustained through the emotions.
Yes.
It wasn't derailed. Examples help, Mark.
Anyway, go ahead.
With that said, I do want to advance, because to get back to, you said all the rehearsals and all the effort and practice it needs to get these things done. But you want to, however, kind of take techniques and maybe give a little bit instruction as this program to people in church.
Make it simpler, make it easier.
Right. So like, what will it involve? Because I think when people hear, ooh, how much rehearsals? Now we just want to do it the old way, how we normally do it.
How we've been doing it for the past 15, 20,
It's
50
worked
years.
for us for the last 50 years in this church.
Where it's taken
a
month and a half to learn a song.
Oh.
No, but I've also seen far too many funerals and weddings not be as
polished as possible.
Well, I mean, I don't know which one is worse, because they're both once in a lifetime. It's either the beginning of your life, the rest of your life, or the final farewell of a loved one. And I think people don't kind of understand. I think there should be some degree of standards. Don't have to be perfect. Don't have to be some big time, choir from North America with 600 professionals, singing in 24-part harmony. Just
to understand
do it well enough.
Yeah. So what the program involves, and how are you going to help these groups?
So it's structured in 3 ways.
Right.
One is giving people a basic understanding of their voice type, and as a result, what their voice role is within the harmonic, the SATB, soprano, alto, tenor, bass harmonic framework.
Right.
From there, we move on to actual practical exercises that teach you, because a lot of the problem is they can't hear what it is they're doing. I've witnessed it far too many times. Somebody was somewhere, sang an entire thing. Were you hearing yourself? No. Do you know what you're supposed to hear? No. And I'm not even referring to the monitors. I'm talking about what they are doing themselves.
Because your voice is supposed to resonate, and you hear yourself resonating within your body, essentially. Right? And they were oblivious to that.
Not even, to the point where if I said sing I might get
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But they think that second one is the first one, and they don't know why.
No, that sounds like someone that doesn't understand pitch or notes.
Exactly.
Which, I get it, there are people who wouldn't, because they're not practiced in the field.
Exactly. And so that's the second part of it. I have a series of exercises that take you through the whole process of how to be able to listen to that, how to then how to be able to listen to music and identify your part in between the commas. Because through these exercises, you will learn the landmarks and the things that you have to look out for yourself.
Like a foundation, so that they're better equipped in the future. This is not, I'm going to rehearse you for 6 hours a week for the next, every week for the next 6 months. This is, I'm giving you a few things so that you will have knowledge to then be in a better place to move forward and make better decisions with how you do your singing and your
not even
your
just
group
to make
structure.
better decisions, but to make the decisions that you are supposed to. Because, for example, as an alto, your responsibility is different than the soprano of the group. But there's often been situations where the alto takes what the soprano was supposed to do, and so now the soprano end up trying to do something else.
And the rafters.
And they off.
But
the question we have to ask is, are the stairs to the rafters finished?
Yeah.
Oftentimes they're not.
At this point, it's the stairway to heaven, but it's not finished. They're going to have a big fall.
Yeah, and this happens far too often, and it really fundamentally comes down to people don't know exactly what they're supposed to be doing within the group.
Just to explain, because the altos are the lower part, the sopranos are the higher part.
Lower female
so
part.
if the altos sing what the sopranos, the higher female part, are singing, then the sopranos might instinctively, especially if it's informal, try to go up higher. And then at that point, some poor ladies are going to be either damaging their voice, screeching, or who knows what's going to happen.
Which is another reason why, because I've seen far too many performances where they were on stage, they managed to get through the performance, do what they have to do, but then when you come off the stage, they can't speak. Or their throat hurts.
That used to be me when I was younger, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You see? And a lot of times it's because they were forced to sing in an extreme for far too long because they didn't know what to do. They didn't have any other option.
Well, in my case, it was poor technique, so I went and got lessons. Would you also be giving people tips?
That's all throughout.
Because
that's
high
all throughout
singing, men and women, but I think especially with men in TNT, when you don't have training, our natural voice placement does not lend itself to singing for men. I find American natural voice placement, I suspect, lends itself a lot better for their singing.
Because they speak a lot brighter.
Because they speak in those higher tones. And we like to mock them, but there's a reason why the guys in North America, I think, sung better than our guys down here, whereas our women sung better than their women up there. I always thought, because of that. Because of the speaking voice placement, as crazy as it sounds.
So before you go, to make something make sense for you, what we were talking about before the show started, the Asian singers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We all know what's what I'm looking for? We all know the stereotype. Any singer that comes out, or any person that comes out of Asia
well, I don't
is a
think
good
that
singer.
It's a good singer, because I think before it was a bad singer.
No, it was good.
Good.
I think back in the day, I don't think they were respected.
Okay. But that's what it is.
Because they're Asian singing in English and it's weird.
Yeah.
But now.
Because now we have an appreciation for the language and stuff like that. So we're not as this part of the world is not as dismissive anymore of it. But a lot of it is because of how they speak. If you listen to Koreans speak, particularly if you listen to people like from the Philippines, from Thailand, they have a very way of speaking, and that lends itself to a good mix, a good belting very well, which is why you find a lot of belters coming out of Korea. So it lends itself, not just Korea specifically, but Asia, particularly Philippines. You'll be hard pressed to find an Asian singer, Filipino singer who's soft. Or who's one of those whisper singers, because their way of speaking doesn't lend itself to that.
Right.
So like you said, we over here, and nowadays more so than back in the day in the States, everything is very in the mouth place.
Yes, with us.
And as a result of that placement doesn't lend itself to transitioning higher.
Right.
Whereas back in the day, because the technology that they had was not that great.
Right.
They had to lean into more of that. I don't want to call it Asian placement, because that's not what it is. But for the purposes of this discussion,
similar
they
to
had
what
to
they
lean
do.
more into that.
I do find out with some Japanese pop singers, yes, they could belt like nobody's business. To the point where it could be ridiculous, but not all of them have good technique because they can't sustain it throughout the course of a performance.
I mean, it's almost like with most singers.
So we kind of running out of time, but we do it. But you spoke about the exercises that you're going to go through and the sort of things that you're going to have these singers do.
Right.
And I understand that you sort of brought a little demo for us to try. Live on air. Try to not embarrass ourselves. It's still early Monday morning for me. But let's see. What do you have in store for us?
Early period. The day's young.
It's late. I do a morning show. It's late for me now. Like years ago, this would have been.
Well, yeah, at this point, you should be in your bed.
Yeah, I know, right?
So what are we gonna do?
Yes. Okay. So when you told me about this, I chose an old hymn that I assume everybody should know.
Hopefully, I know it. Yes.
And the viewers. It's very simple. You should know it. It says, Alleluia. Do you know that one? Alleluia. Alleluia. Alleluia.
Right.
Yeah. Just that.
I have gone to church and sang and not know the song and had to sing it now for now. So
Good.
we'll figure this out.
Yeah. So that's your song, that's your key, that's the melody. Whoever is your leader has said, this is the melody, I want nothing below it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes. I want nothing below it.
Okay.
What do you do?
You find...
You ask them why. And then, if necessary, you pick a new leader. That didn't sound that low to begin with, but okay.
But so then you find what the next...
I don't know in technical terms. I would just harmonize up.
So basically, in every song, in every key that you sing, there's a scale, and when you start, it goes up and up. So you sort of find the next one that's on top.
I will say this. It's also important for people to know, if I have 8 people, yeah, we can have a couple harmonies. If we have 4 people, maybe you're limited to 1 harmony. If we have 2 people, like at that point, maybe it's best if we sing unison so that the melody gets out there strong enough, because we're supposed to also lead the congregation in singing, and it's not just to put on a concert.
And now that actually gets to the third part of the program, which I'll get to. Right. To wrap up this demo quickly. So you have that. Hallelujah. So your issue, you don't know where to go, because your leader said, I want nothing below the melody.
Okay.
Right.
What do? You have to find what's above that.
Yeah.
The secret to that is learning this sound.
Right.
Learn that, you could find your note anywhere in any music.
Right. Yeah.
So using that to correspond to numbers. Da da da. 1, 3, 5. Put it to numbers. So you are 5. Nothing can be below 5. So 3, 5, 1. Also not an option.
So yeah.
What's the other option? 5, 1, 3.
Right. Okay. So that means the other people have to pick 1 and 3 on top.
1 and 3 on top.
Okay.
Who picks 1 and 3 on top?
You're singing 3. He's the highest singer.
I mean, again, this is with the caveat that you have someone that could go to the highest note, because when your bass line is so high, you need people that can actually go higher.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you need to replace your leader.
Oh my!
Get someone that makes better decisions.
Oh my gosh!
But no, that's the thing. So this example
it
is
has
set
to be
with the
realistic.
context of there are people who can do this.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Third part also deals with that.
Go ahead, continue. So who has 5?
Who has 5? 5 is the melody.
Right.
5 is the melody.
Who has 5?
Oh.
Okay. So who's taking 1?
Okay.
Okay, and you're taking 3?
I'm just happy I'm not singing the melody. So if I mess it up, the melody is not messed up.
All right. Okay.
1, 2.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, you're just out of it?
I lost.
If you don't got it, drop out.
So that's the thing. So
what would happen to me is, in this situation, I would probably want to hear what you saying, because I've done this before. I've done harmony with other harmonies.
Right.
But I would need to hear what you do it before, because I kind of just do it informally by ear. I don't have...
Right.
So
And so this is for the people who do it informally by ear and for the people who don't know how to do it at all. This gives everybody a baseline to work off of, because this is how you do it informally. You just don't go through all of these steps.
So you want me to sing the melody first and then he joins and then you join?
Let's see how that
I forgot my note. You have to give me my note, because I think I Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. This is also when you don't know the melody. It makes it very
That's okay.
a lot harder. Because what would happen is I probably would, at least, I don't know if I am, but I might be
back and forth,
interweaving between his line and where your line would be.
What's that?
Voice crossing, that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
That's not incorrect.
Yeah.
It just has to make sense
Yes.
for what you're doing.
Although I do find one of the things is when you're in a group trying to informally harmonize, if you cross the streams, as they say in Ghostbusters, the problem is the other person might start to follow you instead of staying independent of you.
And so, again, that's why people have to learn what to do, when and how to do it.
And this is the man that's going to teach you how.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Oh gosh, too much pressure.
Yeah.
What is that again?
Hallelujah. 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 All right, nice. So you too can be trained based off of Eric Alvarez's wonderful teaching. Eric, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having
It's
me.
been a
Thank you
pleasure.
for the opportunity.
Yes, hopefully we can do that again in a less stressful circumstance.
But this is breakthrough. We're about having breakthroughs on this show. It's all about stressful. I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah. You speak that into your existence. You keep that to yourself, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Breakthrough is still here, the season finale. We'll be right back.
Transform your home with PCU Plus. From stylish furniture to the latest appliances, we have everything you need to create your perfect space. At PCU Plus, we offer fair prices and affordable financing options that are cheaper than hire purchase agreements. With convenient locations in San Fernando, Tobago, Arima, and our lifestyle showroom in Barataria, you're never far from the best deals. Visit PCU Plus today and discover why we're the top choice for quality furniture and appliances. PCU Plus. Quality you trust, prices you'll love. Visit one of our locations or find us online to start transforming your home today.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there, next to Seth. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
Welcome back to Trinidad and Tobago, ladies and gentlemen, to Breakthrough. We're about to wrap up the season 1 finale, and like Sean said at the top of the show, after a couple of weeks we'll be back.
Yep.
We'll still be on your screens.
I don't even know why we bother with this whole season finale. Focus.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, so Sean and I have been on this table, not just on Talking Point, but on Breakthrough, and he's...
Not all, I have been here for all the episodes. I did have that, you know, that sabbatical in Tobago.
The 2 times that he left me out here all by myself in the wild. But anyway, he's been with me on the journey throughout, and he and I, we've kind of been bantering back and forth.
Yeah.
You know,
the best part about it is, I kid you not, there's no writer. None of it is planned. You know, it's just 2 guys having fun.
And sometimes that gets us into trouble.
It's fine. I've gotten into worse trouble with less fun.
Well,
trust me.
that is very true. So listen, we put together a little treat for you, our audience, and really for us as well, so that we can get a sort of a glimpse.
I wouldn't call it a treat for me.
A glimpse as to all of these shenanigans that he and I have been through. So take a look at this video of some of our less than memorable or less than dignified moments. Take a look.
Oh Lord.
Not sure what we're about to do, but we're about to do something. Oh. My name is Mark Anthony Peter. Seat me next to this man. My name is Mark Anthony Peter, co-host Sean Michael Small. What are you doing?
I can't speak. You're doing your intros. I guess you're supporting visuals. WESN takes art and culture seriously. We didn't just start today. You know, this has been an ongoing passion of the station. You know, there for the culture. That's right. My vacation is when the kids go on vacation, I could sleep in 10 minutes later. That's my vacation.
All right, so get in touch with your inner child. I think you could do that easily. You seem to be very joyful.
I've never lost touch with my inner child.
Excellent. Good.
Meanwhile, my inner adult, unfortunately, is somewhat stagnated there. You know, locked in the basement of my subconscious.
Are you okay, Sean?
You're loud.
Sean has a little bit of a headache today.
You're loud.
Well, I am in your ear. You have a whole earpiece in, so I will be loud.
Yeah, I like my housewives every now and again, right? Right? Some people might not believe that. Only particular housewives. Some of them, But
the show,
yeah. Because oh wow, thank you.
It took me a minute, so I had to, you know.
The Real Housewives television franchise is what I meant.
How many housewives do you have, Mark?
Peter, and I am running out of things to wear on this show. And welcome to Breakthrough. But still, I need to show people that I appreciate you.
Yes, he really does, folks. He really does.
Yeah, like when you leave me out here in the wild by myself.
That's why I'm looking at him with suspicious now, because I'm not accustomed to this level of praise. Your day job is trying to uplift people and get them to achieve their dreams. My day job is to share the harsh truth and reality. So to be fair, Breakthrough is when I get a little bit of a break from my actual 5 days a week doom and gloom.
Still joined by my co-host, Mr. Sean Michael Small. I don't know why he's still here.
I don't know either.
Okay, great. Now that we're on the same page.
Look at how much sleep I'm missing just for this show, Mark.
Also, by the way, next time I'm going to watch Talking Point on a Monday so that I don't come in the same colored shirt as you.
Oh, yes.
That was so intense.
That's right.
It's so intense too quickly.
That's what I do.
All the time. You see, black and white, not like action. Shucks. I apologize. We have one more clip as we head out, so we're going to throw that to you. My name is Mark Anthony Peter. Sean Michael Small.
You almost forgot.
We'll see you next week.
I still don't know how many housewives. I still don't know. You know, for the record, I have 0 housewives. 0. You know, but the world, Mark, needs to know how many housewives.
Do I have, or how many housewives do I want?
Do you have? Or,
I don't
want? Right?
No.
You know, where kind of just left wondering here?
0. I was referring to the Real Housewives reality show.
Of course you will, Mark. Of course you will. Of course.
Please. But no, it's, as you could see, ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite the, what can I say? It's been quite the experience.
I have to say, that's the first time I was entertained by myself. That was a surreal, that was a surreal experience.
I think I'm crying. No, but it's been quite, and that's not all. Like, if I put all from every episode, it's going to be too long.
More?
There is more.
I actually forgot most of those, huh? I actually forgot.
There is more. But those were some of the funny moments. But what I also want to just say really quickly before we go to our last clip, which is quite of a surprise for you all, which will be quite of a treat for you all as well.
I hope.
Yeah. We've had a lot of guests.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have given some really solid nuggets of wisdom. Some of the most notable, so when we had Siobhan Brathwaite on, he said, we were talking about chasing versus building a career.
Yes.
And he said basically if you're chasing something, that means it's running away from you, right? We also had the conversation I had with Natalia Dupper when she sort of gave a perspective of the singer's journey, and she shared that, you know, she remembered going to perform and coming off stage and going home by herself, and she's like, this is not the life I want. So it's like, so then immediately for me it's like, so not every singer wants to do the stage thing. So it gives a different perspective.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful that we were able to have these discussions that show the artists beyond just the surface level.
Yeah.
You know, and when we went to the fine art market, that was really quite the experience.
Yeah. Because I never saw so much good local artists, painters, so much good local work, and some craftsmen, and just, you know, like, there's a part of me that's like, how do we get this thing to be commercially viable, right? But then, of course, yes, I can't do it all by myself, right? Yeah. It's just me having a thought, but it's just like the, almost you could say, regret of how much more could we have if we were just serious about things. And I say this all the time. I mention art on the sports show. I mention sports on the art show. Like the redheaded stepchild syndrome of the two, that how we treat it and how much we lose by not valuing it and really, I mean, to use a bad word with good intentions, exploit it. Because it's a resource we're not exploiting. Right? And I mean, we home of the limbo, steel pan, calypso, right? You would think creative, and we can't do anything with it.
And it's something that I've always said, you know, to see how some of our art forms, how they started and what they become now, right? From different steel pans being, the steel pan being born out of the circumstances that it was. And then as it developed, but it then became like a rivalry gang thing until like now we have, certain bands have like junior versions of their band, junior extensions, and you know we could all come together as pan people and pan lovers just to enjoy Panorama and have a competition about it.
But even the craftsmanship of carnival, when you go beyond the mundane costumes and you go into the culture with the peregrinade, with the buckman, with the midnight robber, with the dragon, with the devil. And not with the blue devils, you just put blue paint on, blue devils anyway, some horns. But like, no, when someone makes a wire mesh and a paper mache and they paint it, you know. And I actually grew up, I didn't know that aspect of carnival until WSN. And we did short vignettes on the various characters, right? And to what extent now, I'm sure there are a lot of people who live in certain parts of Trinidad where those things are practiced. Oh, well, I know it. How you don't know it? But I'm thinking, if I didn't know it, how many people of my generation and the generations after me, and how much worse it probably could have gotten with the generations after me, don't know it. And again, it's like, there's more to our carnival than just what everybody else has for carnival. Yeah. That's one of the ways to make TNT Carnival stand out from the grain. But again, we just kind of leave it by the wayside.
And I think I was telling somebody, a friend very recently, sometimes we get it right, but then we sometimes really miss the mark. Like there are those small things that really can take it over the edge. And I guess it kind of goes back to what Eric was saying, you know, doing it as well as it possibly can until it can't be any good anymore. You know, that sort of, because sometimes we will think of the idea, it will be implemented, but then that one missing detail is just kind of like, oh gosh.
I think the Soca Monarch, when they started giving the big cash prizes, and Marshall Montano and Kes performed, I think both of them for the first time, at least in a long time. Kes did What Less that year.
Yeah, I think
that concert was a good concert.
Right.
And we couldn't build on it. It technically, I would argue, there was a slow decline over time, but because of the initial excitement of this new prize money, all kind of people came out and they put, even the things that didn't look as professional as we would have liked, were still good entries.
Now to that point, sometimes I'm gonna make this point because sometimes it's not just the art form itself, sometimes it's the organization of it, the professionalism of it and stuff like that.
Between the organizers, the performers themselves, all the support staff, everything, like the marketing people, you know, the government people, like we like the first one in that stretch, probably to me, was the best one. How is it that we couldn't even try to put effort, because it felt as though, well, we'll just do exactly what we did before, as opposed to what were the lessons that we learned and where do we improve the errors and then proactively make improvements to increase the level of the show.
But I think what we do, the arts and culture, we need to understand it's such a fragile thing.
Yeah.
And it's something that, when I say fragile, I don't mean weak, but it's easy to change. It's easy to get better if once we make the effort.
I think one of the things is we take it for granted. How long have people been watching Clint Eastwood? How long have people been watching Tommy Lee Jones? You know, and they've reached the point where they stop acting, and the reality for their fans is you have to deal with that. Sports fans have it even harsher. You know, Ronaldo, Messi, they're going to be retired soon. LeBron, when MJ retired, that was like a whole era in basketball that's just over, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of take it for granted. Oh, well, I mean, Super Blue's still kind of there. You know, he's there, right? Yeah. But is he really able to contribute to the culture as a frontline act like he was in his prime? Right. You know, Marshall is coming down to the end of his time as well.
That's why it's important to allow the young people to get these.
But my point is, I think when you say that it's fragile, I think we really don't understand how fragile it is, because part of arts and culture is talent. And I hate to say this, but at the end of the day, one of the worst parts about arts and culture is when the artist eventually cannot continue creating anymore. And it happens in various ways. I mean, when Celine sang in France, it was one of those things where I didn't actually believe it to be true until I saw it, right? Is it really a comeback? Because I realized what she was going through. I saw some of her behind the scenes of her like just trying to sing, and her voice just wasn't going to go.
Well, you see, this is the thing. A lot of these things, sorry to use that word, and it wasn't intentional, but a lot of these things are very fragile. And the reason I say it wasn't intentional, because as we wrap up this season, we're going to throw to a clip. Now, Sean and I kind of collaborated, as we do, but we collaborated in this way for the first time for television. And we kind of...
and this is only the second time we've ever done it, ever.
Correct, is right. And we did a song together. It is a cover of Sting's Fragile, and those of you who know the song and the history behind that song and where this song has been played and for what purpose, it carries a lot of meaning. So as we head out of season 1, and we look forward to seeing you in season 2, we want you all to just allow this song to resonate with you. My name is Mark Anthony Peter, Sean Michael Small. This has been season 1 of Breakthrough. Enjoy the clip. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
If blood will flow when flesh and steel are one, drying in the color of the evening sun, tomorrow's rain will wash the stains away, but something in our minds will always stay. On and on, the rain will fall. On and on, the rain will fall. Perhaps this final act was meant to clinch a lifetime's argument that nothing comes from violence and nothing ever could. For all those born beneath an angry star, lest we forget how fragile we are. On and on, the rain will fall like tears from a star, like tears from a star. On and on, the rain will say how fragile we are, how fragile we are. If blood will flow when flesh and steel are one, drying in the color of the evening sun, tomorrow's rain will wash the stains away, but something in our minds will always stay. On and on, the rain will fall like tears from a star, like tears from the star. On and on, the rain will say how fragile we are, how fragile we are.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. 14-year-old mom and a 1-year-old baby found. Government wants buyers for a Gulfstream barge. 2 held by police on the weekend. And internationally, Tito Jackson, member of the Jackson 5, has died at age 70. Now for the details. 14-year-old Lynelle Noel and her 1-year-old son Caleb, who were reported missing to Cuba police last Wednesday, have been found in Tobago. The 2 were found in a house in Scarborough, the TTPS stated in a media release yesterday. While it did not give details of the circumstances under which the 2 were found, the release noted that both children were safe and that, after being found by members of the Child Protection Unit and Tobago Police, the Children's Authority was contacted. The government is looking for buyers for the Gulfstream barge, which was grounded in February off the coast of the Cove Eco-Industrial Park, Tobago, and refloated in August. After it was refloated, the Gulfstream was towed to Trinidad. Now the government is seeking to sell it as is and where is, in a procurement tender notice from the Ministry of Works and Transport on September the 16th. Prospective buyers were invited to submit packages for the Maritime Services Division. Solicitation documents are available from the procurement unit of the Ministry of Works and Transport. The award will be executed in accordance with the predefined evaluation criteria outlined in the solicitation document. The deadline for submission is October 1st at 10 a.m. and interested buyers were advised that no late tenders would be considered. The ship was found with no crew on board after running aground and overtailing off Tobago's southwestern coastline on February 7th. 2 men were arrested and a firearm and quantities of cocaine and cannabis seized by officers during ongoing weekend anti-crime exercises in the Port of Spain and Central Divisions. A police release said Central Division officers on September the 13th went to Railway Road, Caroni, where they saw 2 men, one of whom was holding a shotgun. The men ran off, but police held a 20-year-old suspect